Hello. I'm a couple minutes late. Sorry about that. But I hope you guys are doing well. It's Lisa. We're going to do an all signs. As I'm sure you are already aware, it's good to see y'all in the light of day. This is daytime Lisa. I know you don't usually see her hanging out, but I decided not to be nocturnal tonight, although I'm sure this live will segue into the evening. But yeah, we're going to do an all signs, and for some reason I felt called to do it on this particular topic, which I'm aware is spicy, slightly spicy. So we're going to take a look at that person. Yes, that person. And don't act like your mind didn't immediately go somewhere when I said it. We're going to talk about that person that you have tried to into the back of your head, or that just makes you crazy every time they cross your mind because there's something that just was not resolved. But whatever the reason is, it's Scorpio season, bitches. And so we're going there. Okay? If you don't want to go there, this ain't the reading for you. But the reason why we are going to do that, like you might be like, but Lisa, why? Why would you say, let's look at this person that I'm clearly trying to avoid? Because avoidance is giving your power away. Anytime that you have something inside of you that you feel you need to repress, suppress, ignore, that is stealing your energy, that's stealing your life force, that's stealing your attention, even if you are trying to not think about it. So let's empower ourselves here by just looking at the thing, and then we can move beyond it. You know what I mean? So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the person so that you have some idea of who they are if you don't. Some of you might have more than one of these people. So I'm just going to set the intention in a second and do a cleansing and a grounding and a tiny little ritual Reiki thing at the beginning of this, because I really want to make sure that I'm calling in messages for that are the most important for you guys to see, so that not just some person that you try not to think about because you already know that they're a narcissist and abusive. We're not trying to call those people in because you already know, if you have a good reason for having totally cut someone out of your life. But that's not really what we're going for here, right? This is more like you're frustrated by the way something went down and you haven't been able to see the truth of things, and you feel like you would feel more settled if you did, but it just frustrates you and you revisit it. It's more that kind of a vibe that I'm going for. So I'm not trying to channel any energies that you are, no, I know why I don't think about that person. But in that case, hopefully you're in the process of just completely segueing them out, and they won't be something in the back of your head that you feel like you need to avoid once you're done that healing. So we're going to look at this person, who the person is, what the current state of things is between the two of you, and then we're going to go right to the point of avoidance and then get you some advice, specifically advice I'm going to ask from your higher self, because your higher self knows best what you need. So we're going to go right to your higher self and ask what they recommend for advice surrounding the situation. Okay, so that's what the plan is for this all signs. Thanks for being here. Okay, yeah, the audio's on. Good. Just making sure. Yeah, so witch with me here for just one moment if you would like, or you can just call it magic, or you don't have to call it a ritual or being a witch, but I do. But essentially I'm just going to cleanse the energy a little bit, ground the energy, set that intention into the space. And then I thought that we could light this little tea light candle, and I have some herbs, some little rose petals, lavender, and just a couple things I'm going to sprinkle in there to really bring in that peace that we calling in for this reading specifically. Because again, it's not my intention to trigger anybody, but it is my intention to help you heal when I can. And I know from personal experience that it can be really hard having these people kind of in and around the back of your mind, or popping up in just like moments where honestly you're like, could you not? But really, when you don't want to think about something, every moment when they pop up is a could you not moment. So yeah, I hope that this will be helpful to you. But we're also just going to get some tea. It doesn't have to be that serious for all of you. Okay, let me remember to timestamp the cleansing and the grounding part this time. So we're starting at 5:33. Okay, so let's just get a little cleanse in with the Paulo. Hi, Tequila Sheila. What's up, girl? Thanks for being here. I hope you're doing well. Okay, as I smoke myself out here. But yes, vibe with me if you will for another one, another long ass all signs. Someone commented on one of them and was like, wow, this is a long reading. I just skimmed it and it resonated. And I was like, there are approximately 1 billion tarot readers on YouTube. So if you want one that, you know, does short readings, there's a lot of them out there. However, that's not me. So just gonna let you know now, probably never gonna be me. But that's just how my personal gifts work, and couldn't change it if I wanted to, and don't want to anyways. So that's how that is. All right. We're cleansing out energies. A cup of tea. It's cold and rainy. Where do you live? It is snowy here. I live in Alberta in Canada, so just things could always be worse. All right. Good. Cleanse complete. Now let's light this. What's up, Daniel? Chase the bag right now. She's gone. That's fair. This honestly doesn't even have to be about a romantic partner. This could really be about anyone. Like maybe, I don't know, maybe this is an ex-boss that said something that really like got under your skin or fucked with your confidence, you know? Maybe this is a parent or a family member or a friend. This could really be anyone. But yeah, I'm feeling like going into it, a lot of it might be a romantic partner, but you guys, that's why I'm going to do the part at the beginning where we talk about the person and the current state between you. So you should know from that who I'm talking about. Okay. I'm just gonna, I don't know if you can see that, but I'm just anointing my palms here so that I can shoot some Reiki vibes through to you guys. In Ohio. Yes. Ohio. Chasing the bag though, I feel ya. I'm like, love is only allowed to come towards me if it is like a mutual, we're gonna take over the world together kind of thing. And you're not going to try to pin my wings or hold me down, because it's just not happening ever again. That's where I'm at with that, you know? Okay, let me feel through the energy for a sec. I'm tapping into, it's not just my subscribers or those in the room now necessarily. It's more like the energy of, because with energy, time does not exist. That's why I'm able to have like a timeless reading, right? Where I can do a reading and then someone can watch it like years down the line and it can still resonate with them. So what I'm doing is I'm just tapping into the energies of the people who most need these messages. And then whenever they find them, it will resonate, whether you're here now or whatever. So it's just, it really is, if it's meant to be your message, then it's going to be your message. And If it's not, then that's okay. So while I'm doing this, I will just let you know a couple things, I guess. So these Reiki sigils or symbols, they're just calling essentially universal life force energy and power here, and then flowing kind of like fresh air or harmony through and clearing everything out that is not aligned. And then holding the sacred space after doing that, okay? So it's nothing too intense. All right. I have a candle here. Not just your sun sign, yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Niza? Sorry, I feel like I completely destroyed your name. Your name looks really cool though. I don't know how to say it out loud, but I love it though. I'm calming off. I'm sorry you're going through that. I have had those as well. Yeah, let's just take a second to breathe and ground together. And it's good that I felt like I wanted to do a little candle today then, because this is a tool of transmutation. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set the intention, and each of the things that I'm putting in here are gonna amplify the intention. And then when I light the candle, I'll leave it burning here. And you guys can just send unwanted energy into the candle flame to be transmuted, okay? So just look at the flame and try to imagine it kind of just eating up any energy that you don't want around, okay? So that's interesting because I don't always do this much of a thing at the beginning, but I did feel called to today. So there are reasons for things. But I'm glad if I can give you a safe space where you feel calm and seen, then that is the ultimate goal for me, honestly. Okay, so here's our little candle. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna put some lavender in first. Just a little, you don't need a lot. Just a pinch. Lavender is going in to promote peace, harmony, alignment, and calm. Calm. We're gonna put a little peppermint in for protection and to just boomerang any bullshit energy and return it to the sender tenfold as well. So we're in karma season, people. Think before you send shitty energy. Just saying. Because it gonna come back to you. Okay, peppermint. Not saying any of you guys are gonna be those people, but it's karma season, whether for good or bad, right? So it's also a great time to really put out positive energy, amplify that as well, because karma is neutral. It's not just bad, although I know it's like a word that people kind of go ugh at, but it really is neutral. So last but not least, rose buds and petals. I'm not gonna put a whole rosebud in there lest it catch fire and explode or burn my house. Let's find some petals. There's also some Reiki sessions that I uploaded last night. There's 5 of them, Niza, and some of them are there's one that's specifically for soothing energy, so you might want to watch that, or just put it on in the background if you feel like you still need some help with your anxiety. So it's like in an ASMR style, so it's pretty calming. Yeah, they're all old ones that I already recorded, like anywhere from a year ago to 2 years ago about, but I will also create some new ones for you guys if you want to just comment on any of them and say, I would really love a Reiki session supporting me in this area of my life or helping me with this energy. Then I will do my best to help you with that, okay? Just let me know. All right, so we have our candle. Everything's kind of just floating around on it, so here's the fire. We got that fire. All right, so now the last thing that we're gonna do quickly here is gonna show you the flame. So the practice of flame gazing or candle gazing, Tradica it's called, is a meditative process here. And this little flame, there's just something about staring at a flame that brings you very much into the present moment. So just sending out. It always makes me immediately calm looking at a candle flame. I'm just like, okay. So this little guy, you've tried it before. What was your experience with it? I used to do it every morning. It was really helpful. I'm gonna leave that right there, okay? So you guys have a clear picture. Feel free to send anything that you want transmuted that direction, okay? And you can do that, I mean, just by simply setting the intention and then, yeah. All right, so I don't read for a particular placement, so you guys can watch messages for any energy that you have in your astrological chart. Yeah, I get lost in the flame as well. So I usually watch for, depending on what energy is I'm feeling really strong, but usually always my sun, moon, rising, Venus. And then I have a Capricorn stellium, so sometimes I'll watch Capricorn, sometimes I'll watch the season that we're in for more collective messages. So you guys can really watch whatever. You can watch your chart ruler, the signs associated with your chart ruler. You can watch whatever you want, okay? So there are no rules. The only rule is there are no rules. Or the only rule is don't talk about Fight Club. And we're going to start with Aries and move all the way through to Pisces. There will be timestamps in the pinned comment down below, as well as the info box. But if you are watching during, hi April Fools, oh, good to see you. I liked your comment over on the Curious Girls channel. Thank you for appreciating the long all signs. If you're coming in during the stream, oh, we're looking this way, then you'll be able to see what sign we're on up here, okay? Over here. So you can check on the gifs. I usually have them over here, that's why. But I was like, there's cute things over here, so why cover that up? You knew I was going to say that. Fight Club, one of my favorite films of all time. So good. And honestly, Brad Pitt, bit of a douchebag, but that was his finest. He was looking fine in that film. Let's just be real here. I like a man with a little blood on his knuckles. Aries Venus. Okay. In a really predictable kind of way, I'm an Aries Venus. All right. So yes, watch for whatever placements you feel called to. Don't worry if it doesn't resonate with you. That just means it's not your message. If it triggers you, you might just not be ready to hear it yet. Feel free to skip it. Feel free to come back. Feel free to not come back. It's all good. If you like the content, then give it a thumbs up. It super helps. It really helps me grow the channel and just know what you like. And if you are not a fan of the content, then give it a thumbs down, because that's also channel engagement, which, believe it or not, is still supportive of my channel. So feel free to tell me how you really feel. I promise I won't cry myself to sleep. Okay. Let's get into it. Into it. Aries. Okay. All right, tell me about the person or a person, the person that it's most important Aries know about or look at, that it would benefit them most to bring some clarity and closure to the situation, maybe, or just a message that they need to hear about someone that will bring them into a more resonant and unified internal state of harmony surrounding the situation. What does Aries need to know? Let's see. Aries. Aries. Who is the person? Whoa, okay. Oh my. Okay. You might be seeing a lot of twos, or maybe you see a lot of twos in regards to this person and your connection. Maybe you see 222 as a signifier, or you get a lot of twos surrounding them when you watch tarot about them or something like this. 2 more cards. It's this one. Okay. That is your advice. Okay. All right. I'm also gonna grab an oracle card here to further clarify things. Tell me more about the point of avoidance here. What is Aries avoiding surrounding this, and why? Okay. Interesting. Antia, what is up? Hello from Croatia. Nice. I love that. Okay, well, Aries, I don't know. Let me timestamp here before I say anything. 23:10. That's what we're going for. What is up, Aries? Hello, my loves. I hope you're doing well. You're a Pisces moon. Nice. I'm a Pisces sun and north node. We love Pisces energy in this house. Well, we kind of love all the energies, not gonna lie. But we got a special place in our heart for Pisces. Okay. So Aries. Let's look first at who this person is and the current state between the two of you, so that you can kind of validate or be sure that who this is. And then we'll get into the avoidance, why it's there, and some advice from your higher self surrounding this, okay? So you have the 2 of Swords for who this person is, and the 2 of Cups for the current state of things between the two of you. So that's why I said the thing about twos, which I said while I was shuffling your cards out, that you might be, you might get signifiers or validation or, synchronicities, like seeing 222 when it comes to this person. That doesn't have to be the case, but the 2 of Swords. So this person is someone who is either on the fence, not making a difficult decision. That feels more like what it is. I feel like they're not making a difficult decision, or they're still on the fence about it. But they are in a state of avoidance as well, to a degree. surrounding the situation. Maybe not surrounding you as a whole, but just surrounding the situation, like where things are at currently or some part of it. Because on the Two of Swords, you can see that she's blindfolded, and it's kind of like, I'd rather just bring the swords down and take my head off than make this choice, because I'm between a rock and a hard place. And sometimes we can be in the Two of Swords energy as well when we know a choice that we need to make, but we don't want to make it. So clarify this Two of Swords and tell me more about Aries person. I'm getting that you're both kind of in this energy though. The Knight of Cups. One more. The Page of Swords. Okay, Three of Wands, Hierophant in reverse, the Tower. All right. This person is currently deciding whether they want to try again, or just blow the thing to smithereens and move forwards and see what's on the horizon, essentially. And it is coming through as that violent. It's like there is no in between. We're going to either heal or we're going to absolutely fuck shit up. That's what I'm seeing. But this is how it came out. So, because there's two sides, right? The one side here is this. Come forwards in this somewhat open-hearted energy. Choose to be vulnerable, be intimate with you, communicate that they wish to move forwards, and that's kind of their one side of things. And then the other side of the equation that came out in stark contrast is this, which I honestly don't love, because they are like, why does it have to be either move towards you to continue something, or the answer, if they don't move towards you, is not just to move forwards. Like, they could have ended here, right? I'll just choose to look at what's on the horizon instead of moving towards Aries. But instead, they're like, I'm going to be non-committal and I'm going to literally blow this up. But why? Why? But I don't understand why they're like, they don't really want to make either of these choices. It's almost the energy of someone who wishes that things could be the way that they were at another point in time between the two of you when they weren't faced with this decision. Because there's something about coming towards you in that Knight of Cups energy, right? And Page of Swords energy that they don't want either. But then it's like they also don't want to start all over again, is what I'm feeling. Like looking for someone new on the horizon. It's almost like they don't want to lose what they've already invested and put in by letting it burn. But I think that it's also, there's something that would need to be healed between the two of you. And so the other choice, right, is to come towards you. And it's like they don't want to put the work in to heal either. So they're just kind of like, well, I'll just be on the fence. Let's just clarify to make sure. But why, what is the element about, the element surrounding coming back towards Aries in an open, loving way? Why are they not excited about that? The Lovers and the Emperor in reverse. The Moon in reverse. Because this love shows them all the ways that they are not empowered, not sovereign over their energy, and just, this is one of those relationships where you get triggered by the other person because they show you where you are in a state of scarcity or a lack, or where you still need to heal. So that's how you'll know who this person is, because if it was happening for them, it was probably happening to some degree for you as well. So you can take situations like this, right, with these people, and you can use them as a mirror to do a lot of shadow work, and actually it can be super beneficial, to be honest, these connections. However, not always if you're looking for like your long-term husband and wife relationship or something that is smooth and easy, you know. Yeah, like the Lovers card can be the card of, I mean, I don't believe in twin flames, but because it was just made up by some woman who made a lot of money off of the concept, and I think it's very toxic. It's like just you're in a runner chaser dynamic. You both have attachment wounds, most likely. That's how I see that kind of relationship from personal experience. And at some point in my past, I thought I was in one too, but that is what I have evolved to think about them now. But I'm not saying you're wrong if you do believe in them, but it's that kind of connection. It's the kind of connection that's going to, you're going to struggle. There's going to be a struggle. You know, the Lovers is not easy. The Lovers and the Devil are two sides of the same coin. And you could be on any one on any given day, any side of that coin, just depending on where the two of you decide to be within the connection. And this person right now, they know that they would need to do a lot of work to become empowered to actually like live up to this connection. And I don't really know any other way of putting it other than like they don't want to do the work. That's why they're on the fence. But they feel like you have seen them for what they are or who they are, with the Moon in reverse here. And they feel like you see them as not having a lot to offer or being quite emotionally immature. It's possible that this person did something, like they acted in the heat of the moment. And they feel like they kind of showed their ass. Yeah, intense connection, for sure. You don't have to always label it, but I know what you're talking about for sure. I just think that particular trope in the spiritual community has gone down a little bit of a toxic, you know? Not to trigger anybody, but I'm like, yikes. But yes, intense spiritual connections, for sure. That is the Lovers card. And it's not a walk in the park. And can it be incredibly insightful? Yes, if you use it that way, though, right? If you're expecting it to be, oh, we're going to be together and it's going to be super loving all the time and et cetera, then you might be disappointed, because usually those, it's like with a clear mirror of somebody else, when you're working as being a clear mirror to someone and vice versa back to you, you don't just see the parts of yourself that you want to see reflected back. You see all of it. Wow. I shuffled and now the Empress in reverse is at the bottom of the deck. The Wheel of Fortune in reverse. The Three of Swords. Look, okay. This connection exists between the two of you. The Lovers and the Two of Cups came out. However, whatever has led up to this situation, neither of you were fully in your power or sovereign over your energy completely. So there could have been some ego involved. And again, this is something that often, right, gets like spurred up in these types of really intense connections. And it's to have you look at those things that you feel uncomfortable looking at so that you can integrate them and be more empowered over your energy overall. So if you, again, if you're looking at it like a lesson or something that could teach you a lot, then that is an awesome approach. Yeah, because then you'll become empowered. But if you find that you're in a connection with like the Emperor in reverse and it's bringing out the Empress in reverse in you, or vice versa, if it's just confusing you, right? Or if someone's not acting right, like if they have a lot of options, if they're blatantly not respecting you, then there is a point in time where I think it's your responsibility to respect yourself, right? Because you love yourself. Okay. Tell me more about this Two of Cups, the current state between the two of you. It did show up in the upright, though. So with the Two of Cups and the Lover showing up in the upright, but the Emperor and the Empress showing up in the reverse, it's like the connection as a whole is not it hasn't been burnt down and resorted to ash. It's not over, or it doesn't need to be over. It's not something that you need to throw the baby out with the bathwater, even though there's been struggles and complications. But what I'm seeing is that both parts of the equation, you and this person, would need to do the personal looking at yourself and healing or work just to kind of bring yourself into balance in whatever way you weren't, so that you can come together in a way where you can actually connect and be on the same page, but not in a toxic way. So the two of you, you could have been connecting quite strongly and intensely still at the beginning of the connection, but maybe in like more of a shadowy way. So maybe it was just passion, desire, and lust, and the love kind of got lost, or the deeper emotional intimacy got lost. Just as like an example, it could have been anything, or it could be anything. I kind of just feel like there would have to be a solid commitment and knowing how you feel, both of you, and then bringing that to the table, and being all in and committed in that sense, and knowing that both of you are having everything on the table as well. No secrets, no illusions, no game playing. So I'm not sure if that's possible, but let's look at the point of avoidance. Okay, so what you guys are avoiding is the Knight of Pentacles. And then these cards came out, the Dragonfly and Date. And they say meeting someone new, dating, getting back out there, planning and setting a date, being lighthearted, finding out, things coming to light, adapt, change, heal, with the Knight of Pentacles. So this is the point of avoidance. Okay. Well, there's a part of you that I think, okay, but are they avoiding it because that's true and they know it's true that that's possible, or because they feel like it's not? You feel like it's not possible with this person deep down. You know that they're afraid to put the work in. This person has shown you enough of themselves. If this is your reading, and if it's not, that's okay. But if it's your reading, then this person, the truth is that you are avoiding is that there's been enough time and they have shown you enough of who they are that, I'm not saying they're a bad person, but they've shown you how afraid they are. They've shown you how not committed they are to doing the healing work to bring themselves into a more empowered space. And they've shown you just in how they have shown up or not shown up, that they have essentially chosen with their energy to look out for number one. Because I wasn't sure, so I asked to double check, right? Are you avoiding this truth because you know that if you both came together and put the effort in, even though it would be a lot of work, you could make this work? You know, you could make it lighthearted where it's been heavy in the past, or you could bring all the things into the light and then use them to evolve and adapt and heal together for the best good of both. But it came out as like what you're avoiding is that you know somewhere deep down that this person's shown you enough that it's not possible for that to happen in this lifetime, or yeah, that's what it's saying. So you're avoiding potentially moving forwards from this person and making a choice based on what you do know, because you still feel the connection, which I understand. I've been there, done that a couple times. It was fun. Don't be like me and let it waste literally like 6 years of your life, though. And it wasn't a waste because I did a lot of healing in that time. But I feel like there is somewhat of a possessive, obsessive kind of thing here. And it's like as the relationship evolved, it became more, you became more aware that there was some sort of codependence, or that this person was maybe quite possessive or obsessive. It's like they showed you their hand of cards. Their mask might have slipped for some of you. If you know, you know. But I feel like as things moved forwards, it kind of became a little bit more obvious to you through this person's actions that they are, at least right now, very much focused on themselves, and that when they get triggered or when they go into like an angry or upset place, the way that they react shows you that maybe that's why you're seeing them as the Page of Cups, or they believe that you see them as this like immature energy. It's probably because that is who they showed themselves to be, right? And even if that's not them overall, if that is the approach that they are taking to the situation between the two of you, because they have chosen to play games rather than do the work, then they've kind of made their choice and picked their path, right? Which you can't change. You can chase them, but that would be your choice. And you have the choice. And you will learn things from chasing someone. Like I said, I learned a lot. 10 years, then 2. Yeah. I did it twice with 2 different people. And the first time, it was not as long as the second time, surprisingly, that I was invested. But yeah. Okay. What's this 10 of Pentacles? So the 10 of Pentacles is the advice from your higher self. I think they want you to really focus on your worth. Yeah. Precisely. They're like, do you know who you are? Do you know who we are? Because this is your higher self talking to you, right? They're like, your money. You are gold. Do you see it in yourself, though? And even if you do, what good is seeing it if you're not acting like you see it? What is truly fair? When you're really honest with yourself, when you actually put everything on these scales, are they balanced or does it lean? And if so, then like, what's the outcome? Whose side is it leaning more towards? Who is paying a price here? Because if it's imbalanced, then someone is, right? Anything else about this advice for Aries? Yeah. It's essentially be in the energy that this other person is in, not in like a self-centered way. Well, yeah, kind of in a self-centered way, because being self-centered or self-focused is not bad. You know, it's become so stigmatized, and it's become like a big like, oh, I'm so offended that you called me that. But it's like, if you're humble all the time, you're a doormat. Being humble is not actually rolling over and being like, I suck, and tearing yourself to shreds. That's masochism, you know? There's a balance between the two. Being humble is really just being totally honest with yourself about the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? Being able to admit when you're in the wrong, or when you're in your shadow, or whatever. You can be very humble and still be focused on yourself, and still respect yourself enough to make decisions that, because the thing is, they want more for you. Your higher self wants more for you. But you have to go through this to get to this, and you deserve this. They're saying very clearly, this is in the cards for you, literally. This is written in the stars for you. This is something you're meant to experience in this lifetime. Abundance, success, feeling amazing about yourself, looking hot, feeling good, being healthy financially, stable, grounded, you know, all of these things. And you're meant to also have people around you that only add to that and don't take from it. Because if you let something into the Ten of Pentacles energy that has this like dissolving effect or like crumbling effect, then it's going to eat away at this foundation and you will lose something. So it's kind of like, first, the prerequisite to the Ten of Pentacles is this, and this is being able to suss out what you can actually have around you if you want to be able to hold and sustain the Ten of Pentacles, right? Who are you going to pair with that is a match to this energy? And this person's also in this energy. It's just you're kind of like moving in opposite directions. Or I'm just seeing them as being not committed. They could commit if they wanted to. But as of right now, I'm feeling like you're meant to kind of avert your attention from this specific person. And it's because they are actively choosing not to be who they would need to be, or to be on a trajectory of healing, of humility, of being honest with themselves and you. I'm just not seeing them committed to that right now, unfortunately. And people choose this all the time. That's the other thing that's frustrating about the Lovers connection, is that it is a choice. Like a connection with any lover will be this way, right? They always have the choice. Or just any connection, really. It doesn't even have to be with a lover. People can always choose with their free will how they want to show up, and whether they truly want to put the work in, because love is a verb and it's something that you have to choose to act according to those feelings. A lot of love is about consideration and knowing the other person, and then how much you consider them when you are making decisions, right? Like, are you thinking just about yourself? Or are you thinking about what would hurt that person, what would lift that person up? Love, that's the sacrificial part of love, is the compromise, is the, I'm actually taking you into consideration. I'm not just living my life for me anymore. And that doesn't mean always sacrificing yourself. It just means literally taking them into consideration too. And then if you know that there's a choice that might hurt someone or bring them down, then can you do the right thing for them as well as yourself, right? Okay, Aries, that's what I see for you. We are going to move on now. Is there a way that I can move this closer to me so that I don't have to reach so far to get the decks? But we're moving on to Taurus. We are moving on to Taurus. So cute. Back there. I'm just going to put this on the floor. This thing that I have all the decks in. That way I can reach them from my cozy little spot here. Okay. Taurus. No bull in your chart. All right. Taurus. Uh-oh, Taurus? Uh-oh. Do you have Taurus in your chart? Why is there an uh-oh? All right. Let's see. Oh, my foot is falling asleep because I'm sitting on it. Okay. You're a Pisces. You don't have Taurus prominently somewhere? I don't either. In Vedic, I'm a Taurus moon. But in Western, no. However, My Capricorn stellium is in my second house, so there's that. All right. Let's clear out those energies. Let's tune into Taurus now. What do we need to know for Taurus? Or what does Taurus need to know about the person they try not to think about? What does Taurus need to know? I feel like there is some unexpected healing coming to you, Taurus, maybe surrounding this. I don't know why it would be coming up. Yeah, definitely. I saw the King of Cups too. I feel like there's some, there's some emotional evolution taking place in this situation. That's what I feel. It's coming in. Monette. You have a lot of Taurus. Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, South Node in the 8th house. Damn, girl. That is a lot of Taurus. Woo, fixed energy. It's like me. I have a lot of Scorpio and Aquarius. And, excuse me, I'm just a little chilly, so I'm just going to put this on. But, yeah, it's fun times. That is definitely a lot of Taurus. Taurus Venus, though, it's a lot of Venusian lovey-vibe. Venusian energy. There you are. Okay. What does Taurus need to know? Who is this person? All right. What's the current situation? Okay. This is someone you love. Point of avoidance. Advice from Taurian's higher self. You're a Gemini. I love Gemini. I'm a Gemini moon. Lots of Taurus and Libra. Gemini, Taurus, Casper. Nice. All right. This is interesting. Let's get you an oracle card. Clarify that. Moon. What's happening here? Okay. Yes. Taurus. What is up with this little sitch here? One thing about me, I'm always going to go to those places with you. Hi, Taurus. I hope you're doing well. Okay, let's see about this person that you try for whatever reason to kind of, you know, not think about as much as your mind would like you to. So, let me move the chair back a little bit. Okay, this person is showing up in the energy of the 9 of Swords in reverse, and then the current state between the two of you is coming through as the Queen of Cups. There's a lot of Cancer, Pisces energy here that I'm seeing. And there's, yeah. Okay. To pull this over a bit. This is someone that you are seeing as not being bothered. It's like, I think that this is someone that you've convinced yourself doesn't care about you or the situation between the two of you. So either their actions, they're in your life and their actions have recently like kind of shown that to you, or you feel that they did. Or this is someone, more likely probably for most of you, that is not in your life and at a distance, because I do see this for some reason for you being as like the way that you're viewing this person. And that might come through as the, in this spread like that to give you more of a clue as to who they are. Like maybe it's who you're seeing them as or how you're perceiving them, but not necessarily the truth, the whole truth of who they are. Because with the Queen of Cups being the current state between the two of you, that's mutual love. Kind of unconditional as well. Kind of the kind of love that is the kind of love, ironically, that sometimes you do avoid because you're like, I know that I love this person unconditionally. However, they're not in my life right now, and there are solid reasons for that. So I would like to not be aware of the extent to which I love this person, I understand. Relatable. But it looks like both of you feel deeply for each other. Tell me more about the Nine of Swords in reverse. Why? The Seven of Pentacles. They invested, but not... It's an interesting energy because this particular Seven of Pentacles, right? It came out in the upright, but look at it. It's not like in most of the Seven of Pentacles, it talks about something that you have invested in over time. It shows like a big tree or something that is thriving, that is growing, or crops that are growing. And in this one, it kind of has these pentacles that are like, it looks like something blew up and they're kind of scattered everywhere. And this person is either trying to decide if they should gather their pentacles up and sort of start over again, or put work into refining or healing. But they're holding two pentacles in this particular card. And they're like, it's like they haven't decided how invested they are. And for that reason, the Five Pentacles on the ground is kind of the energy of scarcity. And that is what takes over in this connection. So this is someone I think that you feel, I think you initially felt very strong, like intuitively, that there was a deep emotional connection here, and that's because there is. But this to me is coming through as someone that you avoid it because you're kind of trying to talk yourself out of what you know, that there is this connection between you and this person. And again, that's because I think of how they chose to act on the connection, or the outcome so far of the connection has just been a bit of a disaster. But I think that you would say that this is someone who, they had an opportunity with you and they could have done so much more with it. It's like you could have done so much better. Because for some reason you're seeing them as someone who was a little bit on the fence. Like maybe they wanted an opportunity and they took it when they got it. But the way that they showed up, it's like showing up for a job interview in your sweatpants. Do better, like you had the opportunity, but what you did with it was a little bit And as like an employer, right, looking at a future employee, what would you probably assume from that? You'd probably assume, well, they don't care that much about getting this job if they showed up that way, right? So I think that's why you're looking at this person, because they chose to show up in a certain way. And you're like, okay, well, I guess that this wasn't really shit to them. But it is. So tell me more about the Queen of Cups. Why so many? The Fool in reverse, Justice, the Hierophant in reverse, and the Five of Swords in reverse. Three of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Holy Major Arcana, Batman. So on the table, I'm seeing Taurus, Libra, Pisces, and then there is Uranus energy here with the Fool. This not getting off the ground, you did not see that coming. Based on the connection that you feel with this person, that again, you're not wrong about, you did not, like, Uranus is something that's always going to catch you off guard. And they're saying that this not getting off the ground, it was surprising to you. You weren't expecting it to go this way with this person. However, they're also saying that this happening the way that it has so far is what has been fair. It's interesting. I'm getting a really strong and clear message. So again, if it's not your message, feel free to just, not take it, check your other placements, that kind of thing. The messages that come through are just the ones that are needed most for people who need them most right now. So it's not personal if one doesn't resonate with you, right? But there was a karmic reason that was very fair as to why this did not go just speeding down the tracks with no barriers. And it is because of the lack of commitment that was there initially. With the Hierophant in reverse and the Five of Swords in reverse, there was some sort of mental conflict, I feel like, that was preventing a fully being in, right? A full commitment, being on the fence, lack of commitment. So it's like the love was there, the opportunity was there, and that was offered. But then one or both people had some sort of mental conflict that was getting in the way of them actually showing up the way that they would need to honor this connection. And that doesn't necessarily mean that there was a bunch of like manipulation and game playing, although there could have been, because sometimes that stems from being very in your head and being confused and, not really knowing what you want or what you're ready for. Sometimes we know what we want, but we're still in this because we don't feel like we're ready for it. And that can be because past trauma, that can be because it can be for a lot of reasons. So it's interesting, though, that they're saying this not coming together, initially anyways, that was meant to happen. But I still don't feel like this is the end of this. But it's almost like, on paper, if you were to look at the way that things have gone down so far with you and this person, it wouldn't look super optimistic necessarily. It maybe wouldn't look completely just, but I feel like there is a reason under the surface, if you dig a little deeper, why the timing was like, not optimal, really, for this to come together. At least not in a balanced way, right? Balanced, again, with justice, the scales. You tried. Childhood traumas. Oh, once again, relatable. But I mean, I'm sorry. I hate hearing people talk about shit that they went through when they were a kid. It's like, man, Could the world just wait? Like, you know how we're allowed to drink liquor after we turn like 18 or 19? It's like, how about trauma just waits until we hit that age when we can actually fucking deal with it? But no, it happens for a lot of people when they are far too young, and that hurts my heart, so I'm sorry. But moving forwards, the point of avoidance with this person is the moon. It's the moon with growth. There's a lot of heart. This is the thing. The buck didn't stop here. It's like the love never stopped growing. You just hit it well. It never ceased to be here at all. This is literally the current situation between the two of you. It never stopped. That was a lie. That was an illusion. But there was fears and illusion, and just you either had so much fear and illusion that came up or got triggered in you from this situation that you decided to willingly put all of this behind the moon, like push it down, or you did from kind of it got pushed into your subconscious somehow, either willingly or unwillingly, either through being triggered and then you going into some sort of like fight or flight mode where you were just like, I can't look at it because it's too triggering and I don't know how to handle what it's bringing up in me. So you stuffed all of the feelings and everything that you didn't know how to deal with under the moon. So you hid it there in that avoidant place. And we all do this, by the way. When I say like you avoided something within you, in no way am I pointing the finger. Every single human does this, okay? So it's not an attack on you. If I told you a flower bloomed in a dark room, would you trust me? Kendrick Lamar, right? This flower grew. It's like a nocturnal flower. It somehow grew under the moon. It grew even though it was not on the forefront of your mind. It grew even though your love continued to grow. Or your awareness of still being connected to something continued to grow, like maybe your psychic awareness, or feeling psychically tapped in or telepathically connected to someone. That can also be the case with the moon. Can you tell me more about that? The love is still there. The love is still alive. And it's mutual. There is an insecurity here, kind of at the root of this, though. And it's interesting because this plant or this love, at the root of it is an insecurity. So it's almost like it is growing from, or to some degree at one point it did grow from an insecurity, right? Like, so this just came out. And it's kind of like this, where this is like the roots of the plant or of the love. And the love is still good, but it is connected to this King of Pentacles in reverse, which I feel like is a way that you are seeing yourself. And it's connected to this fear. I think that it is a fear. Saw a smaller version of him, us, as a preemie, but it's always spooky season since then. Oh my goodness. This is like you not believing that you bring enough to the table, or you feeling like I am too fucked up to love or to be loved unconditionally. And I think almost every human being at some point has their version of this, where we are just like, and it makes sense because unconditional love is exactly what it sounds like. There are no conditions. That doesn't mean you get to be a piece of shit and it's a hall pass to do that, to be a crap piece of, a crappy person to someone else. But it does mean that you're allowed to be human, and that you always will be, whether you give yourself permission to be or not. Anyways, you're not perfect. And so you will fuck up. You will disappoint the people that you love. We all will. But if you love someone unconditionally, and if you love yourself unconditionally, then what are you going to do? You're going to realize that didn't feel good, and you're not going to repeat it, and you're going to take the opportunity to grow and be better. And unconditional love helps you do that. Having unconditional love for yourself and other people helps you be in that state of humility where you can look at yourself and say, well, I fucked up. And it's okay because I'm not perfect, but it's not okay because I hurt you and I don't want to do that. So how can I be better for both of us moving forwards? Or how can we work on this? Or how can I, put some sort of healing process into motion here? But I think that there is a point where all of us have guilt or shame surrounding who we believe we are or who we believe we're not, and what we think we're capable of. And from that place of guilt or shame, it's easy to tell yourself, I'm not worthy. What's up, Marcy? Ooh, I like your name. People with dope names in the chat today. I mean, we love. My channel has been on fire lately. I have my energy back, you guys. I was waiting for the day. It was a grueling healing journey of PTSD to get here, so but I did it. I'm gonna post a podcast that talking about like my spiritual journey, because I feel like a lot of you would relate to at least a chapter of it, and there has been many chapters, but it's the whole, there's something here about not believing that you bring enough to the table, or believing that what you have brought to the table, historically speaking, has already like marred this or ruined it, and you don't deserve. You can relate. Aw, well, I'm proud of you too. PTSD is a bitch. Let's see. Is there anything? I feel like there's something else that wants to come through about that point of avoidance. That King of Pentacles in reverse. Maybe it's just here with the advice from your higher self. So this is the advice from your higher self, the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. So these two are on the table like this together. And these are both your energy that I'm picking up on. It's kind of saying that the reason you don't believe you have enough, right? You don't feel totally in control and sovereign over your energy, or you don't feel like what you bring to the table, you can be fully confident in it. For some reason, you feel as though it's lacking, or something's already been taken from you that was vital, that even if you wanted to give it to somebody else, it's almost like, well, my heart was broken years ago. I would love to give it to you, but I don't have it, or something like that, right? Or I'd love to give you the best of me, like the person I was before the world made me jaded, or it's something like that, right? You haven't lost anything. Nothing has been lost that you can't call back to yourself. And the way that you call that back is through radical acceptance and self-love, right? And the way that you do that is just through taking care of yourself in like the smallest and biggest of ways, and everywhere in between. But the Queen of Pentacles in reverse is someone who's not really nurturing themselves like they believe that they deserve it. And so this kind of naturally snowballs into this, right? It's like the less you do take that care of yourself. And I'm not saying you don't take care of yourself at all. I'm not saying you don't shower for 2 weeks and you got garbage in your sock drawer. And, you know, I'm not saying that. But there's some way, and that could even be like you are still committed to some sort of unhealthy, I don't know, habit that you know isn't good for you and doesn't make you feel good. Or it could even just be the way you talk to yourself. But the point is, when you speak to yourself or treat yourself a certain kind of way, it's not long before that snowballs into believing that you ain't worth shit because you're treating yourself like you're not shit. So tell me more about this Queen of Pentacles in reverse. This is the advice from your higher self, is to be honest with yourself about where you haven't nurtured yourself, because it starts with giving this unconditional love and acceptance to you first. And that is the prerequisite and the most important step that you can take to be able to love somebody else unconditionally, for real. It is not selfish to focus on getting there yourself. That is the most responsible thing that you can do with your heart. Any other advice? Tell me more about the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. But I think that's mostly it. It's like focus on yourself first. And if you struggle to look at yourself as someone who is worthy of having that care taken of you, right? Then try to look at yourself. And I had to do this. This is how bad it got for me. I had to literally be like, I am a plant. How would I take care of a plant? Or I am like, I had to remove myself from the way that I saw myself and tell myself, I'm going to take care of me as if I am my nephew, who I love more than anything in the fucking world. I'm going to speak to myself the way that I speak to my Rottweiler, my cat, my familiar, you know, because I love them. And I would never speak down to them. And I would never speak down to my nephew. I would only ever give them the best love and care and nurturing energy that I have. So how can you, even if you feel removed from believing that you're worth it, how can you do that for yourself? That's the starting point, I think. Because the love with this person, I mean, it's not dead, but it's not really coming through as something being about like, are you going to get back together with this person? I think that will become clear to you the more that you take care of yourself and start loving yourself first. Then I think you'll be able to tell how truly aligned you are with this situation, like now, right? But there's still love for one another on both sides. And maybe this journey of self-love and care was the reason why something wasn't supposed to get off the ground immediately, because Spirit knew that it was important for you to face this to some level first, so that you could truly give and receive the love that you're worth, right? And we're all worth unconditional love. It's just us that get in our own way by not believing it. Okay, that's what I see for you, Taurus. Moving on to Gemini. At my little chaotic catalysts, my catalysts of chaos. Catalysts of chaos and love. Where you at? Nailed it. Nice. Well then, love ya damn self. There's this meme that I saved, and it's like treat yourself nicer, you stupid bitch. I was like, that's me. It's like, even when I'm trying to like love myself more, I'm like, do it, you idiot, you know? And then I'm like, okay, right, that's not part of it. I gotta remove that. But it resonated. I was like, oh, I can't hate and criticize and critique and rip myself to shreds into a better version of myself. I have to actually soften. Well, I guess that makes logical sense. So try hard to give yourself that, okay? Because you are worth it, and you are so full of love, and the world deserves the love you have to give, and you deserve to experience that kind of love as well on that level. Truly you do. Okay, let's see. And if you want to see more of that kind of love exist in the world as well, then start with yourself, because you would be amazed at the change that your energy, the shift that you can cause in what's happening around you just by cultivating and caring for that energy within yourself. It literally can change things on a pretty grand scale. So you're welcome. All right, Gemmies. Jam babies. Where are you at? Uh-oh, I'm channeling. Oh, Lord. Let the cards come out first before I tell you what I'm channeling, Gemini. Okay. Let's clear the energy and really tap into what Gemini needs to hear surrounding someone that they are avoiding for some reason, what the situation is, what's being avoided and why, how can they liberate themselves to a state of more integration and wholeness and empowerment surrounding this. Okay. Let's see. What's up, Tay? Aries is on point. Well, that's good. How's it going, love? Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, that's that one. Okay. Your higher self is like, yes, I am in the house and I have much to say. We'll get to you. Okay, let me get an oracle card. An oracle card. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Let me know too if you prefer some of these all signs where I do start like earlier in the afternoon and I don't go as late, because I know you guys are we're all on different time zones here, right? So I'll try to switch it up a little bit so that more of you can catch all signs if you want to be here for the live. Uh-oh. Smell self-destruction. Geminis, you never do that. I'm a Gemini moon in Chiron. Don't even with me. Okay. I'm gonna give it to you straight, Gem. Straight from the heart. All right. Hi, Gemini. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Let's take a look at this person. And a non-15-hour life. I like long lives, but yeah, non-15 hours. It's good. Try to cap it at like 7, maybe 6, you know? So Gemini, this person, I don't know about this. They are coming through in the energy of the 6 of Wands in reverse, and then the current circumstances between the two of you is the 4 of Pentacles. Okay. It's interesting how the 4 of Pentacles has, it's Gemini coded, you know? There's a holding pattern here, and you're doing it to yourself. Poor cheeks and me. It's all good. This person, it's like you're seeing them as someone who's choosing a self-fulfilling prophecy of not getting what they want, and it's because I feel like they're not acting right, and you're like, there could have been success here, but you're acting like a bit of an idiot, you know, or you did. And that could be to any extent, but you're almost seeing this as an entitled person who has a lot but doesn't like give really anything. You're like, you have a lot to give, but you gatekeep it, and then you're not successful surrounding your circumstances because you're not actually putting yourself into it, you know? So it's almost like you're looking at someone, and I think you're looking at them as someone that you do need to cut out, this particular person, but it's like you want them to be someone that they're not. You hoped that you hoped for more is kind of the energy of this, and it's like maybe you're still have this little like, maybe this person will show up and just like blow me away and be like, I decided that I'm gonna, you know, live up to, yeah, but it's like they're choosing to stay in this 5 of Swords energy, not move to the 6 of Swords. And I feel like the way that they are in their own head, or it's the way that this person talks to themselves, I think, in large part about the capacities and capabilities that they have, and the potential to succeed. They are kind of coming through as very pessimistic, but they're also coming through there's like a competitive energy, and there's also an energy of so when I pulled this, I heard an eye for an eye, and one of their eyes is out. There's almost this sense of like you feeling as though this person is actively and intentionally holding back from giving you what you want. They're like, I could give you success and I could show up in a certain way in this situation, but I'm not going to. And for some of you, you feel as though they're doing it on purpose to hurt you. Like they have love to give, but they're just giving you sex instead or something like that, you know? I don't know. They're giving you a watered down version of themselves, or they're giving you some cheap, like, a cheapened version, and it's not equivalent. It's not what you truly want. But what's the eye for an eye thing? The Fool in reverse. Did you reject this person initially in some way? Did you not give them what they asked of you initially? And I'm not saying you absolutely should have. I don't even know what they were wanting from you. But this is kind of like someone who had a very specific idea of the way that they wanted things to go down between the two of you, I'm feeling like. And they didn't go that way. And they've been holding like a grudge. It almost feels like that things didn't get off the ground or didn't go the way that they really wanted them to go. And now they're kind of like, they're in this energy where they want to make things harder for you. I don't like that. It's like they're holding something against you, and I don't even know what your reasoning was initially for not, you know, you're in Scotland. Aw, you should be in bed. Well, don't sacrifice your sleep for me. There will be timestamps, though, if you want to come back. But I love that you're here. And I love that you're in Scotland. That's so cool. I need to go. I really want to visit Scotland. Okay. I do feel like this person's coming in hot with some communication, though, but it's like it's not going to be communication that makes the situation better. The Star in reverse is a lack of healing or making something worse. This is the 10 of Wands and the 8 of Wands. It's like they're coming in hot to deliver what? More, something that's going to add more weight to the situation or make it harder. For some of you, you feel like you're seeing past someone's, like a mask that they have been wearing. Rejecting booty calls. Stay strong. Those demon dick vibes will get ya. Now baby daddy affection on your end. Yeah, that would be a difficult situation. What's this Four of Pentacles? I feel like there is something that is holding you and this person together, though, and it's something tangible. So again, it could be that you are you're still trying to make a relationship work, but it's like mostly physical based or it's sex based. Or I don't know, this is like just the foundation, though. It's not having, like, something hasn't been built on the foundation. But what you did create as the foundation is still tying you and holding you to this person. So that's the current energy between the two of you. It's interesting, though, because I'm feeling like you're seeing a lot about yourself through your connection with this person. And that's because you're choosing to. And you're seeing like all of the duality within you. You're truly looking at not just the parts that you want to see reflected back to you, but you're looking at the parts that are not as easy to look at as well. Your shadow to integrate. Is there anything else Gemini needs to know about that Four of Pentacles? Or should we just move on to the point of avoidance? Yeah. Okay. So the avoidance element here is the High Priestess in reverse. And it came out with this oracle card, which says left out with the wolves. Okay. Yes. So I feel like this is you. Cute little, that's you. So the High Priestess in reverse, yeah, the Five of Pentacles, left out with the wolves. 10 of Cups in reverse. It's interesting because the Five of Wands is behind that, and look at the visual on that card. So we have like this, the Five of Pentacles, the 10 of Cups in reverse, and then this is the Five of Wands. It's like, do you notice anything about those two energies, the 5 and 6 of Wands? There's both like an eye that's not being shown, or there's both, you could be getting sucked into competing with this person in some sort of way, and it's like, oh, you want to be a dog? I can be a dog too, you know? Or something. But I feel like what you're choosing not to see, there's an intuitive blind spot that you're not looking at. And it's almost like there is a part of you that is like, you would be okay going toe to toe with this person because of the way it's almost like you feel like they're acting quite immaturely for holding a grudge. But I feel like you are being drawn into this kind of state of competition or conflict. And the thing is, an eye for an eye, right? It's like fighting fire with fire never resolved a fire. It just made the fire bigger, right? And the thing is that you're not looking at is there's a lot to be lost here by engaging with this either at all or just in the way that you have been. Because there's an element emotionally that you're not detaching from, and it's causing you grief. There's another 5 under that, the 5 of Cups. So we have the 5 of Cups, the 5 of Pentacles, and the 5 of Wands here. There's just a lot of unnecessary crap that this stirs up in your life. And it puts you in a space of lack or scarcity that is not necessary, you know? And you are sacrificing quite a lot. So just because someone is standing on your doorstep with their pitchfork and their, you know, it's like that scene from Beauty and the Beast when the angry crowd is like, kill the beast, and then they go to his castle. Just because someone shows up on your doorstep like that, it doesn't mean that you have to answer them. It doesn't mean that you have to like let them in, you know? And you could be, most Geminis that I know have that little sassiness, and they are, you know, witty enough, intelligent enough to be like, oh, you want to fuck with me? You are about to find out, because I was being nice, but now if you don't have anything nice to say, then I'm going to say something that will destroy you, you know, or I'm going to tell you about yourself. It's like, you want to tell me about myself? I've got a couple things to say to you as well. Maybe you're trying to decide whether that would actually do any good, though, with this person. Because don't get me wrong, sometimes letting someone know about themselves is the most loving thing you can do for someone. Sometimes, but not always. And usually not from that energy of just throwing rocks at each other, throwing stones at each other, you know, like getting drawn into a conflict by someone else. Usually if you want to tell someone about themselves, it's more like it's usually more beneficial when it's done from a higher, more transcended space, because then it actually gives more insight, right? It's not just like, let me tell you about yourself by insulting you. But it's more like, let me tell you about yourself as in, I'm up here and I'm looking down from this transcendent space. What's up, Shauna? And I can see something that I can see is hurting you or holding you back. And I want to tell you about that so that you can do better. It might be hard for you to hear, but it is still in love. Tell me more about this left out with the wolves, though. There's an awareness that you have that this could go very poorly, though. That it's like you've seen this person's ego, I heard what they're capable of. You've got a taster of what this person is capable of. And I think that it came to you through like them dropping a mask of some sort, or dropping their energy of like when they're in their optimal, what they wanted you to see of them. And they went into this place of ego and resentment, honestly. And they projected that towards you. And with left out with the wolves, it's like I think you know that dealing with people like that can be very dangerous, right? Because if someone can say they love you, but then turn around and stab you in the back just because they don't get their way, then guess what? That wasn't love. The love was never there, because that's not something you're capable of. If you love someone, then you're not capable of knowingly making a decision that will hurt that person. That's not love. And Spirit's like, that's the truth. Speak that truth. So there's something you're meant to move forwards from here. But with the High Priestess in reverse, it's like you don't want to see it. Why does Gemini not want to see it, though? Like, what does Gemini feel like they're gaining from not seeing it? Gemini. This is self-destructive. Yeah. There is something that you do feel called to invest your heart in, but it scares you a little bit, the level of vulnerability and the level that you would have to maybe like believe in yourself to really push and go for something. It's something you really want. But there's an element of you that feels more comfortable being in a state of anxiety, being in a state of disappointment, dealing with people who are going to draw you into these like dramatic, I don't know, kind of useless situations that you've already evolved beyond. But it's like you don't want to clearly look at your evolution and how far you've come. But they're telling me literally the reason for the self-sabotage here is the Four of Wands in reverse and the Nine of Swords. It's like you're more comfortable, and this is a Gemini card, but you're more comfortable being in that state of scattered energy, of generalized anxiety, and a lack of peace. So this could be something to do quite literally with like your nervous system, Gemini. So especially if you have experienced trauma, then your body goes into this fight or flight, right, response. And sometimes it hardly ever comes out of it. And we cannot even realize that we've been in that state for years straight, right? That our nervous system has literally been not regulated for years. But it's kind of saying that although that's not what you want, you don't want to be in that state truly, and you know you deserve more, I believe, there's still a level of comfort being there, or there's a level of comfort dealing with people that are not someone you could take home to your parents, that are someone that actually just does stress you out. But it's almost like maybe there's an element of the mystery or the not knowing how someone's going to act that is exciting to you, because then it leaves a space for you to like unpack that person, right? Like the psychology of them. As a Gemini moon in the 8th house, I can't tell you how much I get this. Sometimes I'll be like with someone and I'm like, you're toxic. But then I'm like, let me stick around a little longer to psychoanalyze you, because humans are interesting. But the problem is like you sacrifice a lot. Like just take a psych class instead, okay? Gemini. Speaking to myself as well here. The advice from your higher self surrounding this, though, is the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. In what ways are you not moving forwards because of this specifically? In what ways are you not taking physical action that you would be taking if this was not a thing for you? This situation, this person. Because you have the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, which is really someone that is kind of going nowhere, at least not overall, but right now, right? And because in the upright, the Knight of Pentacles is someone who is like, they're trucking along, they're going at their speed, their pace, which is slow, but they're still just doing the damn thing. Like they're putting one foot in front of the other. They are, covering ground. But in reverse, it's like a full stop, like a halt. There is nothing happening in this one area, or a growth that was happening has halted. It's like there's something that, and with the Knight of Pentacles also, it's like Taurian energy. They have a goal and they are like very focused on getting from point A to point B. And again, it's just one foot in front of the other. They're not rushed, but they have a clear vision or intention of where they want to go. So you have a clear vision or intention of where you want to go. In what ways are you not moving towards that in the way that you know that you should? Because it's directly connected to this. Because these cards came out to clarify that Knight of Pentacles in reverse. The King of Pentacles and the Ace of Wands with the Ten of Swords in reverse. So this could be someone that already acted out against you from a place of resentment or anger. And it's kind of one of those, okay, those are your true colors moments, right? I see you. But if you chose to see it and release it, then you would go from being this to this. You would get your energy back, your life force energy, and you would spring forwards into this King of Pentacles energy, which is super abundant, super on top of shit, very capable, very grounded, knows their worth, very empowered energy. And that's where you ultimately want to be, right? So for some reason, you're in this little rut where you're in some sort of like emotional quicksand, and you are comfortable to a degree sacrificing yourself, your creative energy, your sexual energy, your life force energy, and those are all the same thing, right? So if you think that you are having a casual like sexual relationship with someone and that's not taking your life force energy from you, I've got news for you. You're wrong, because that's a huge energy exchange. What is this taking from you? Really though, when you're actually honest with yourself. And it's more, oh man, your higher self has got things to say to you, because they just said, what are you taking from you? Not what are they taking from you. What are you taking from you? Because it's like you're not looking at yourself clearly, and then you're putting yourself in a precarious situation. You're putting yourself out there with the wolves, or there's blood in the water and the sharks are circling and you're not getting out of the water, you know? I feel like that is your advice though. It's these swords need to be removed through just kind of forgiving, seeing the situation or the person maybe for what it is, seeing the holding pattern for what it is. There's a part of yourself, I feel like, oh man, this is coming through. Okay. There's a perspective about yourself that you have that is harsh or untrue. It's like not self-edifying. It's not it doesn't build you up. It's a critical headspace. Like it's something that you believe is not good about yourself or something like that. This person reinforces that belief. When you look at them and the way that they treat you. So for instance, if you feel like you're not worthy of anything beyond like a super casual relationship, because your whole life people have told you that, oh, you're just a wishy-washy Gemini, you can't commit, you can't actually be fully in it. It's like you took that in and believed it, and now there's something about this situation that is reflecting that belief back at you. And as much as you don't like that belief about yourself and you'd rather not have it, there's something that you're getting out of continuing to hold that belief about yourself. And this person perpetuates it. And it's a blind spot that you have because the belief is not true. It might be true as long as you continue to carry that torch, but I feel like this is a wound that goes back further. Geminis, 1010, what's up, babes? As a gem, I know what I'm talking about. Sometimes. It helps having a Gemini moon in Chiron, honestly. And my Mercury is in my 3rd house. So sometimes I can communicate things in a way that makes sense. Other times the struggle is real, guys. But that's what I'm seeing for you, Gemini. It's there's a wound within yourself and you keep touching it. And in order for a wound to heal, you have to stop touching it. So go back to this wound, look at it, but be honest with yourself and just give it one last good, hard look and then wrap it up. You know, put some loving ointment on it, accept that it exists, hold space for it, put a Band-Aid on that. Know that it's there, but don't allow it to bleed in the water anymore. Because the thing about that wound is when you're bleeding in the water, you're attracting the sharks. That kind of energy where, like, let's say you have a belief about yourself where you shine so fucking bright and everyone can see it in you but you, yourself. Guess what that attracts? Narcissists. Literally. I know, okay? I know. When you have a lot of energy and you have a lot of light and you don't believe that it exists within you, people who see it and see that you don't see it will come to you and they will take it from you. They will drain it out of you because you don't even recognize that you're giving it fully. That's why it's really important to look at this wound, because it's taking more from you than you understand. And yeah. Hey, I'm just live. What's up? Oh, thank you. I won't turn you down. Hold on one second. Well, there's a lamp kind of in the way. Hi. Oh, you're awesome. Thank you. Awesome. You guys, coffee delivery service. The coffee I didn't even ask for, but it came to me. Oh, man. There is a God. Just kidding. I know that there's... I love that there's a coffee here for me. I'm excited about this. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing for you. See it in yourself. See it in yourself. See the light in yourself because everybody else sees it. Yeah, that was like instant manifestation. I'm like, I need a coffee. Right to my door. Okay, that's what I'm seeing for you, Gemini. But yeah, don't be afraid to look at this, wound. And I know sometimes it sucks because we go to that place, and depending on how long we've carried that wound or that false belief about ourselves, once we really look at it honestly, it can kind of hit us like a train how much we have taken from ourselves by allowing others to take from us, if that makes sense. Sometimes just allowing like a narcissist or an energy vampire to feed off of your energy and not respecting yourself or seeing the light within you enough to not let that happen that's you taking from you, right? Because you're letting it happen to a degree. And I'm not victim blaming or shaming or guilting or anything like that, but it can be hard. So expect that when you go to that place that you're going to need to be soft with yourself, okay? Because you could see how much you've allowed yourself to give away. And it can be hard to look at sometimes. That could be part of the reason why you're avoiding it, because you know that it's not going to be easy when you go, refusing to let a son of a bitch keep tennis sorting my ass. Yes, exactly. That too. It's like one sword is enough, but some people want to come in with 10 and it's like, it's still not enough. Yeah, I'm a gem, moon, and Chiron. You are married to a narcissist for 18 years. Good Lord. 5 years ago. Well, I hope that the last 5 years have been fulfilling and energizing and just a journey back to yourself. I was in a relationship with a covert narcissist for like 3 years, and then had intense PTSD coming out of it for like another 3 years, pretty solid 3 years. That was the main reason why I wasn't active on my channels the last 3 years. And why when I was in the relationship with him and I was active on my channels, it was very like inconsistent. But I'm sending you so much love, and anybody that has gone through narcissistic abuse, because it is very intense. Yeah, it's very intense. So you are a strong ass person if you can get out, and if you can care for yourself and love yourself back into a place of wholeness, because they will convince you that you ain't shit, you know. But it's because they see that you are. And this doesn't have to just be like a narcissist. Everybody has the potential for narcissistic qualities, right? Where we put our needs above other people. We don't consider other people. We act out of a place of self-interest. We don't empathize. We all have the capacity to be like that. It's just some people really run with it, you know? They really run with it. And it's like, why did you choose to do that? But if we can choose to do better, then that means that they can too. So maybe there's hope. If you bra deuces. I fucking love the energy. Chris is a whole ass vibe right now. I'm here for it. Okay, we're moving on to Cancer. But yeah, where are my baddies at? Leave a comment down below if you feel comfortable doing so. If you have survived and are now thriving after really any sort of abuse or anyone taking advantage of you. It doesn't have to be narcissistic, but leave a comment building yourself up, patting yourself on the back down below so that I can do the same for you, and to encourage other people too. Because there's a lot of people that deal with these things and they never talk about it because of the shame and the guilt that is connected to being in that, right? Covert narcissists are just like, the struggle. But yeah, we can support each other, and we can let other people know that it's possible as well to heal and to get back to yourself. So if you feel comfortable doing so, leave a comment letting us all know what a badass you are. I'm happy you guys are here too. Okay. Cancer. Let me see what this is. Yes, PTSD recovery is definitely yeah, there's no timeline on it. That's for sure. I just mean like now I'm at least out of the woods in where I was like disassociating every single day, and going back into the trauma, and like couldn't work. My social anxiety was so bad that I would go for like weeks on end not leaving my house. I was not me. I was not myself anymore. And there was like probably 2 solid years there where I was afraid I was never going to be myself again. You will be, though. Just keep on every day, wake up and just promise yourself you're going to love yourself and be patient with yourself as much as possible, and you'll get there. I promise. Just commit to yourself and know that you are worth it. We don't know how big this life really is, right? There's that, I quote this often, but it's like, there's that F. Scott Fitzgerald quote where he said, like, life, the world is as big or as small as you make it. Believe that what you dream is possible. Okay. Cancer. What is going on with Cancer? What does Cancer need to know? Oh, I felt that reading very much in my solar plexus, Gemini, and I love you guys. I love you so very much. I'm gonna close my window, like my blinds, because the cold is seeping in. I'm also gonna turn this light off because now it has gotten dark. Love yourself more. Yeah. Yeah. Love yourself first. It's like when the plane's going down, you got to put the oxygen mask on yourself first, or else you're no good to anyone else. Love is the oxygen mask, quite fucking literally. You need that shit. You need it. If you need anything, you need love. You need your own love, specifically. So, put your oxygen mask on first. Take some hot coffee sips. Aw. I love that you guys care about me. You guys always are the ones that are like, get up and stretch. Drink your coffee while it's still hot. Take a break. And I'm like, I have to power through though. Capricorn, Mars, and stellium. What is not working yourself to the bone? Yeah. And it's really not about putting yourself above anybody else. It's just literally about that recognition that when you are not giving that to yourself, you are not really truly any good to other people on a deeper level, because you can't really share what you don't have, and what the world needs most is that love. So give it to yourself, cultivate it in yourself. Oh God, the gaslighting every day is just, yeah. I've been there, you guys. I'm just sending you so much love because I know what it's like. Okay, let me close this quickly. All right. Ended up talking to dead people with your writing, and you run a funeral home. Oh, right, yes. You're the one who switched to funeral home. Yeah, that's awesome. And really all we have is the now. Like, all we have is the present moment. And there's so much energy and potential in being fully present in the now, every now, right? And so if you start seeing every now as just like being a jumping off point, right, into literally anything. Terry, it's my bestie. Everybody give Terry a warm welcome. We love him. He's an Aquarius. But yeah, it's like, once you see every moment as all that you really have, because it could end any second, life could end, right? It's like life is big, broad, and abundant, but it's also not forever, right? It's cyclical, like all things. And so even though your energy is going to move on beyond this life into something else, you got this one time. You got each of these moments right here, right now. And each moment is truly just infinite potential. So where do you want to jump off from that point? Because you can go anywhere. You can do anything. Okay. Let's see about Cancer. Cancer. Who is Cancer avoiding? What do they need to know about? Okay. Okay. One more. Well, this is quite clear. Cancer. Wait. What? Did I just channel a song? Yes. I'm channeling that song, there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. Got bills to pay, got mouths to feed. There ain't nothing in this world for free. No, we can't slow down, we can't go back, though we know we wish we could. No, there ain't no rest for the wicked till we close our eyes for good. Who are you dealing with? Who are you dealing with? Hopefully not someone wicked who don't rest. Let's see. Let me get you an oracle card and then we'll figure it out. Tell me about this Page of Cups in reverse. That's not the part I was channeling though, the part that I sang. That's the chorus. Oh. I was channeling the part where he says, that essentially, I think it's the second verse, and he's saying, out of the corner of my eye, saw someone approaching me, and they put a gun or a knife or something and said, I'm not looking for a fight. And he said, you can have my money, but first I have to ask, what made you want to live this kind of life? And then he goes into the chorus where he says, there ain't no rest for the wicked. So let's timestamp. And then I'll say that. Paula, no. Super chat questions can be literally whatever you want. Yeah. Anything you want. And in the, yeah, they can be free flowing. They're going to be at the end of the stream though, but I will timestamp it. So if you give me a super chat, then I'll timestamp it at the end. It'll be after Pisces and you'll be able to skip to it. But there in the info box below, there's a thing that says like Snapchat guidelines or something, I think. So check that out. It tells you what you need to know. Okay, Cancer. What is up, my baby crabby cakes? How are you doing? Okay, let's take a look at this person and this situation that is being avoided, okay? So I was channeling that song, who is it even by? But regardless, the song is No Rest for the Wicked. Is it? I think it's Cage the Elephant, maybe. There ain't no rest for the wicked. And there's a part that I was channeling where they are asking, like, what made you this way, essentially? Like, what brought you here? What made you want to live this kind of life? Who hurt you, essentially, vibes. So are you sticking around with someone because you want to love them into, like, you're like, but daddy, I can fix him, you know? Is that something that's happening? We're gonna find out. But because sometimes we do want the best for people, and sometimes when we're intuitive and empathetic, we can see the way that they are hurting themselves, and we're like, I could help you with that, you know, like I could genuinely help. But it's only if they want to be helped, right? Otherwise, it's one of those don't save her, she don't want to be saved moments. So let's see which one this is. This person's coming out as the Eight of Swords in reverse, and the current situation between the two of you is the Sun in reverse. So there's Leo energy here. Hi, Loons. She just woke up. She's on the bed. Hi. Come here. The Eight of Swords in reverse. This could be someone you liberated yourself from, or someone that is liberating themselves from you. Hi, babes. Hi, baby. Here's Luna. She's vibing. She's here and she is vibing. So what is this Eight of Swords in reverse? This can be a couple things. It could be someone that you are seeing as not being afraid. Someone who is like, she is a cutie. We love Luna. Well, the Two of Wands. Bless you. Hi. Oh, baby. You're such a cutie. You're seeing this person as being someone who is not afraid to be at a crossroads in their life. It's like they're not afraid of the unknown. Hi. And it's like, even if they get knocked down, then you're seeing them as being quite resilient. Like if something phases out of their life, where they realize this doesn't serve me, essentially you're seeing this person as being very open to the future and very in the now. And kind of in this energy of you're perceiving them as being rather fearless or courageous. It's like even when they get knocked down, even when a situation rejects them, even when they get cut or burnt or bruised or, you know, it's like never broken though with this person. And they don't let it stop them from moving forwards. You might see them as someone that went through something that was quite toxic, but I think you're seeing them as having freed themselves from this. And because we are dealing with two people in this reading as well, the roles could always be reversed too. Sometimes that just happens and it's weird, but if the roles sound reversed in your reading, then just take it how it resonates for you, okay? Always. But yeah, it's like this person's at the crossroads, they're looking forwards, and even though there's like this forest that they have to go through, they're still like, it's blue skies though. Like, I'm good. I've got my walking stick, I've got my little pack, I've got myself, and I'm not gonna let fear hold me back from moving forwards with my life, even though I maybe have experienced things that other people would allow to hold them down, you know? It's like, I'm not going to. She wants out. Just hold on. Let me open the door for her. You wanna go? Live your best life? Enjoy. Okay. I'll leave that open because she's probably gonna want to come back in. All right. The Sun in reverse as the current overall situation between the two of you. I feel like there's a lack of clarity here. It's coming through as like, I'm not really entirely sure where I even stand with this person. There's almost like a closed down energy. The Empress in reverse. Yeah. Something feels like it's on ice right now between the two of you. It's not currently feeling abundant. It's not currently growing. It's like the sun stopped shining on something. With no sun, this garden hasn't really been growing, right? But I feel like that's without investment, without truth, without love, because the sun is about Leo, and well, even the sun rules the heart, the body part, the heart. The Sun and the Empress in reverse. You've been healing and up-leveling. This may or may not have to do with this other person. It could just be something you're experiencing. But this is you. So why then, can you tell me more about why this particular situation? Because you're showing me that you're growing. Yeah, look, you are in your power. You are leaping out into some sort of new thing. You're making shit happen in your own life. That's what's coming through here. You're empowered, but things are still not growing between you and this person. So I'm curious as to why that is. Like, is it a them thing then? Or is it something where you're growing because you're focusing on yourself, but you're kind of just altogether avoiding this person right now? Why? Justice in reverse. Something's not balanced and someone is not acting. Yeah, something's definitely not balanced. Temperance in reverse, the 5 of Cups, and then Justice in reverse also came out. Libra and Sagittarian energy is here. A consistent lack of balance between yourself and this person has caused some sort of grief. And it's coming through as not something that can never be healed, but it's coming through as like a wedge that has been driven into this connection. Again, it's like you could choose to let the sun shine on this again, or you could choose to show up and I feel like invest love into this and flip that energy, but it's not happening right now. I think it's mostly because your energy is just pointed in another direction, to be honest. Thank you, Paula. I will get to that at the end. Let me make a note on here that there is a super chat so that I don't forget once I get to the end, because we're still a little ways away from there. Paula. Okay. So the area of avoidance with this particular person is the Page of Cups in reverse, and then you got this crop circles card, which came out in reverse as well, but it says messages, curiosity, and signs. I'm getting that you're not getting any fresh insight into the situation or the person because you're not looking. Like, it's like you're not really committed to this anymore, and you could have very good reasons for that, right? Like there was some injustice in the past and you're like, I need to take a break from this so that I can heal from that, and to give the other person time maybe to see, like to gain more insight into things overall. It's almost like a cooling off period. But with the Page of Cups in reverse, it's like you're not really offering your heart to this connection. And the lack of insight, like I said, with the Sun in reverse, is because you're not really looking. It's like you're not overly curious. So what you're avoiding, seeing, could potentially be your own lack of openness in the situation. And again, that could definitely be for good reason, right? Like the Page of Cups in reverse, an inner child wound could have been triggered by this situation or this person. It's something where there is a lot of abundance, though. Very strong feminine and masculine energy. Yeah, very strong Leo energy too. But with the Sun and the Empress here, that's like the masculine and the feminine. So it's kind of power couple vibes. And even if it's not like a romantic connection, there's potential for this connection to be quite abundant, quite expansive, and quite beautiful, really. But tell me more about this Page of Cups in reverse. Why is that the point of avoidance here? Ooh. The Seven of Wands. Yes. You've built something that you are like, this is worth protecting. You have built something worth protecting. And I don't want to... Defensive would be like way over here on the scale of things. Keep in mind, anytime a message comes through in tarot, right, you're going to be somewhere on the scale. So you can be on the dramatic side of the scale, like the worst case scenario or the most intense energy, or it could be subtle. So you just have to know how it fits for you. But I'm seeing you being defensive here a little bit to some degree, whether it's just simply seeing your worth, knowing that maybe you've healed part of this wound that initially kind of disconnected you from this person, and now you're maybe protecting your healing, protecting how far you've come, and you're kind of like, I don't know if it's safe for me to engage again with this person because of the way that I felt in the past when I did, or something like that. I need to put this up so that it can freely vent itself. Let me put it on these books that I've got here. Both great books, by the way, if you can see that. Yeah, give me a second. My laptop is doing its whole I'm going to overheat thing. Oh my God. Okay. Well, there we go. I should have thought of that before. Remember that it was going to do this before starting the live. Alas, I did not. Now it's not going to stay here. Stay. There. Okay. There's something though. There's something about being afraid to go back towards this person is what I'm feeling. But it's because of the work that you've done on yourself. There. That's better. Now I'm really hot all of a sudden for some reason. Don't mind me. Page of Cups in reverse is coming through though. That is you for sure. It could also be a reflection of something within this person that is also wounded and not healed. You could be aware that this person also has an inner child wound that's not healed as well. But it's almost like you're looking at them where you're like, I could help you, but I have helped myself to the degree now that it's like I need to remember the work that I've done for myself and how much it took, you know, how I had to be committed, how I had to be strong. It's like reminding yourself of how far you've come because you, for some reason, are a little bit afraid that you could get pulled backwards. And I feel like it's something specific to this person and this connection. It's almost like they're your kryptonite, or there's like a tender spot in your heart. For some of you, this is family. This is like a parent or a sibling even, or a friend. It's coming through as someone that you see the good in them. It's not like you think this person is a monster, but you are aware that you have a tenderness that is, I don't know. It's more accessible to them than everybody else, maybe. The Chariot. There you are. The King of Cups. But the truth is, you have released your wound, or you've healed this particular wound to enough of a degree that you are in a good space, emotionally regulated, emotionally intelligent, very in tune with yourself, with your intuition. This is you in your about as in your power as you get. So I think that what you're avoiding is maybe that you're avoiding this person and still being defensive, but it's about something that has already been dealt with. It's about something that you don't really need to be as intimidated by or afraid of as you have been in the past. That's what I'm getting. You're stronger than you think here. I don't think that this person could affect you the way that they did in the past. And I don't think it's something they were trying actively to do either. So this might not be your message if that's the vibe that you're getting. But the 10 of Cups. The King of Cups, the Chariot, the 10 of Cups. I feel like there can be a level of emotional fulfillment here. But both people, again, need to be in somewhat of an empowered state a little bit. So it's up to you to know whether or not that's the case. Like if someone is in a completely disempowered state and to the point that they are not able to honor or respect you, or that they are abusive to themselves or those around them, then yeah, but you'll be able to judge, because again, you have done some very valuable healing and you have the balance and the intuition that you will know. So the World is the advice from your higher self surrounding this. So the World is Saturnian energy. And it talks about closing a cycle, Strength in reverse, a cycle of vulnerability, a cycle of feeling vulnerable to something in particular. You're closing out, yeah, you've literally moved on from it. The Six of Swords. Something that used to be able to impact you no longer has the influence that it used to have. It just doesn't. And it has everything to do with the work that you've done on yourself. Did I already show you these? I can't remember. Some of you have Leo and Saturn, or Saturn and Leo, sorry. There's very strong Leo energy here that keeps on popping up. So maybe you're dealing with a Leo. You don't have to be, but Leo is also the child, right? Leo and Aries, but Leo is connected to the 5th house, the house of children. Creativity, passion. It could have been that particular area that you feel like was specifically impacted by this person. But your higher self is saying that it is time to close out an old cycle, and it is coming through as something that was quite karmic. So this could be like a generational thing, especially if this is someone that is in your family that we're talking about. Anything else surrounding that advice for Cancer? You're ready to close out this cycle though, because you've learned the lesson. You've burned through the karma. You have healed to the extent that you don't need to avoid it. The advice is you don't need to avoid this anymore. I think that there was a time when this was very, very valid, because what you were protecting was this wounded, like, child part inside of you. And you needed to take time to take those swords out of your back. You did need to do that. But Spirit is essentially saying, like, you're there. You're good. And healing is a lifelong journey, and it's not linear. So, like, you know, things might pop up again, but you're not going to be triggered and influenced by this energy the same way. And there is growth and abundance and emotional fulfillment that can come from this in some way. So don't be afraid to leave, I want to say just leave the past behind you. And maybe try not to relate this connection so much with the past, like the way that things were. For instance, like when you think about this person, do you always immediately think of them through the lens of the past? And can you stop doing that and maybe be more curious to whether or not they are showing up differently, or whether or not you feel as though they have the potential to show up differently, whether they're interested in showing up differently. But I feel like for this person, there is potential there that if you shine a little sun on this flower, it could start to grow again, you know? And I think that it's one of those connections for you, Cancer, that we're talking about that's not just like a fleeting thing. It's maybe not just like a romantic interest, but it's someone that they have a place in your life. They have a solid, like, established place in your life. That's what this feels like. It's not as easy as just walking away necessarily. Although you might need time to take every once in a while to just kind of like be with yourself, or to heal, or, you know, to look at the insight received from the situation in some sort of way to gain more perspective. But I don't think it's something that you need to actively like run from. Okay. I don't see this person as being someone who desires to hurt you. Okay. Because spirit and your higher self would never give you that guidance, if it was someone that was not good for you, right? So that's what I'm seeing for you, Cancer. We're moving on to Leo. All right. Tell me about Leo. Tell me about Leo. There you are. I split the deck and you just immediately show yourself. Love that for you. All right. Tell me about Leo's person. That they have some issue with looking at something surrounding this person. What do they need to know? What do they need to know? What would be helpful to them surrounding the situation? Leo. All right. Okay. Yeah. Two more. Okay. Okay. Oracle card. This is such a Leo reading. I love it though, because I love you. Okay, let's see. 2. Hi, Leo. Hello, my little rays of sunshine. I hope that you are doing incredibly well. So, let's take a look at this person, why you are avoiding, what your higher self has to say about it in regards to what's best for you in the situation. But first, we're going to take a look at this person, just so that I can really let you know how, like, the energy that they're coming through in, and you will hopefully know who we're talking about and not be confused after this, okay? So, they could have Gemini placements. They don't have to, but they're showing up in the energy of the Lovers in reverse. And then the energy of the current situation between the two of you is the Four of Wands in reverse. Okay. You are seeing this person as being afraid. Afraid to choose love. Afraid to be love. And now I'm hearing, yeah. Can you be love and be loved? Can you be love and be loved? You're looking at this person like no and no, but by their own decision. And I feel like you would like nothing more than to give this person love. Tell me more about the Lovers in reverse, though. What else do we need to know about this? The Page of Swords. They communicate from a space of fear, specifically. The Moon in reverse. They have communicated something. And this could be someone that told you that they don't want to be with you, or they can't choose this right now, or they can't be in a relationship with anyone right now because they are just not choosing. They're not choosing that. They could have been someone who came right out and told you that. And you're like, well, murder she wrote, you know? I guess that's the way this story's gonna go because that's what you said. But there's something that's been revealed here. And I think that you saw this person's fear clearly then. And it's like you can expect now or anticipate, okay, this person is going to move from out of a place of being fearful. I can't really trust them to move and take action and manifest their energy from a place of love, because something that they said or did kind of showed you that clearly. What's the Four of Wands in reverse for the situation between Leo and this person? It's the Four of Wands in reverse. It's kind of like it's a house of cards with this person, yeah, because they're not loving themselves, again, because of there's a fear. Eight of Swords is fear as well. I think that this person, it's a sticky situation because in the past they have tried to love people from this energy of fear that they are in, right? But when they tried, what got caught in the net was not the best, right? It was not what they wanted, and it's because they were coming from that space of fear, not love. So when you're coming from that space of fear, it's more likely that you're going to attract something that is going to teach you a lesson about that fear, or that is also in a fearful or wounded state, right? Because it's kind of like matching your frequency. And so that what they drew in, or what got caught in their net when they were genuinely trying to give love to the best of their ability, wasn't what they wanted. And it was, I think, situations that perpetuated this fear within them. So now they're a little skittish, and they kind of think that it is a them thing. Like they either think that they're not lovable, or they think that what they have is messed up in some way, because every time they try to give it, it's like they call the wrong thing in. But you're looking at them like the situation is someone is not really nurturing themselves, and so therefore what you're building with them is unstable. It's like it could be knocked down any second, because they might be in a loving space one moment, but then the fear takes over and they're gone, right? And it's like you can't really build something solid on that, is kind of what's coming through here. Anything else we need to know about the current situation between these two? Strength in reverse. There you are. Yeah. This is them, and all of these hands are you. You're trying to help them break out of the chains here of this fear by offering them beauty, by offering them love, or you have tried to do this, I feel like, in the past. It's like you were like, hey, I rule the heart. I have strength in this area. I have sunshine that I could give to you. Let me shine on you. Let me show you that you don't have to be afraid, that you can be strong. You can be empowered. You can be sovereign over your energy to the degree that you can actually build something that resonates with what your heart truly desires and longs for. The only problem is that you ended up, see, it's like this is a wild animal that's been wounded and backed into a corner. Even if you want to show that animal love and you have treats for it, or you go in even to, like, let's say, remove something that it got caught in, you have to be careful because you still might get bit, right? Because that animal, which is this person in this case, again, they're acting out of a defensive place of woundedness. He doesn't have in him what you have in you. He's wrong. Well, that's true. He is wrong because we all have the potential for having whatever in us that we want. We just have to take a leap in the direction of it, right? And that energy will manifest to meet us. So the avoidance, the point of avoidance is the King of Pentacles. And then you have this, this Oracle card. That is such a Leo card. It says sparkle, sparkle, bitch. Ain't nobody gonna dull your shine for too long. I love it. You're like, I can't even help it. I'm a diamond. I just sparkle. That's just what I do. I know. I know. So you have the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, though. Like, look at the difference between these two, okay? And they are a pair. So this is someone where... Jangs, what are you barking at? Hold on one second, okay? Hey. What's your issue? Did you get bopped on the nose by Luna because you got in her face? Hey. Well, did you ask for it? Okay. Leave her alone. Yes, I love you. I love you too, but you're a big ass Rottweiler and she's a little ass cat. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Freaking drama ensues between my Rottweiler and my cat. Sometimes Django, who is very large, okay? If you haven't seen the all signs where he came in and bowled me over as I was trying to introduce him, then sorry about that, by the way, Leo. Little right in the middle of your reading. But sometimes he backs her, and that's interesting because you want to know what happened? Luna was on the bathroom counter because she drinks from the sink because she's bougie. She was on the bathroom counter and he had backed her into, like, he was blocking the door. And I have a feeling that he got, you know, a little bop on the nose, which he deserved because, bro, read the room and back your ass up. you know, but he just gets really excited because he's like, I want to play, I want to play, I want to play, I want to play. She's just a play toy, right? And it's like, no, healthy boundaries are needed. But it's interesting because animal backed into the corner, right? So that's interesting. But this is what it comes down to here. The point of avoidance. This person is in the energy of the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. And again, their love is this House of Cards right now. It's not because they don't have it to give. It's not because they don't genuinely want to give it, which makes this situation by extension kind of fucking heartbreaking, right? Because when you can see someone's heart and you can see that that's what they actually desire and deserve, and you want to love them that way, but they won't let you for whatever reason, whether that is that they are wounded and have healing that they need to do and process on their own, right? Or whatever the case may be. It doesn't change the fact that you're going to drain yourself by just giving this person all of your sparkle or pouring into them. And in fact, you might even be like overzealous and excited about sharing this, right? Just like Django was with Luna. And you might get actually punished for that because this person could be triggered by you being in your power and how bright you do shine. And that's not a you problem. And it's also not something that we're going to beat on this person for, but they need to take care of themselves, right? If you're triggered by something, that is 100% a you thing, because the world is not going to soften to like walk on eggshells around us, because we've all got trauma, you know? We've all got trauma, but the world doesn't work that way. Like, it's not anyone's responsibility to change so that you don't get triggered. It's your responsibility to heal. And that takes time, right? So take your time. And this person, they deserve to take their time. But, you know, that's accountability. That's where empowerment comes from. Not through like getting mad and triggered and asking that everybody around you change so that you can stay in that state where you're defensive to protect the trigger. It's like, just address the trigger. And it's not always that easy, but you won't need the defenses anymore once you've healed that. And not only that, but you will have reinstated something within yourself that reminds you of your true power. Because you have the strength and power and insight within you to heal yourself. All of us do, from anything. You have to choose it, though, and we can't make other people choose it. So, to a degree, the thing that you're avoiding could be that you want to help this person, but right now, because of the state that they're in, even you trying to help is doing more harm. And it's not because of you. It's just because of the current state of things. Like, you know, I need to go turn the sink off for Luna because I can hear it, that it's just running now, and she's obviously finished drinking from it. So give me 1 second. Leo, you're reading. I'm just like, I'm in and out. I'm in and out, and there's drama. Are you done? Are you done drinking? You want to come out now? Okay. Jane, go. No. Jane, no. Stay back. Turkey face. Jane, go. Good. Thank you. What a turd. Is he being a bit of an overzealous butt face tonight? Yeah? We love Django, though. We love him so much, but boundaries. Learned boundaries. Luna's just like, I'm annoyed. You look annoyed. What are you doing? Are you... Oh, okay. She's like, I'm going to read the cards now. Okay, you got it. I've rescued my cat. Hi. Oh, you want treats? Was that traumatic for you? Treats now? Ugh. What a butthead. She's like, let me capitalize on this. My gosh. Okay. So your higher self and the advice that it has for you surrounding this. What is time after 23 years? Yeah. The deeper you dig into spirituality, the more you realize time actually is not a thing. Anyways, definitely a Saturnian, like, limiting, restrictive, man-made thing. But the Nine of Cups. The Nine of Cups. Hi, Haley. That is your higher self's advice to you. You have so much light and magic inside of you, Leo. So much. And, you know, you're also in the place to command that strength right now. When something is not taking away from it or, you know, getting all up in your face. Because this person, I feel like, could be defensive against you trying to help, and then you almost get frustrated by that, and that drains your energy. There's something here, like, look at all these magic lamps here with genies in them. There's 9 of them. And it's like, you got that riz. You've got the energy to capitalize on this, right? And really what it is your own internal sunshine, your own joy. That's the 9 of Cups. So Spirit is saying, take all of that sunshine that you're trying to shine on this particular situation right now. And it's not like revoke your love. It's not like stop giving a crap completely about this person. It's more just like, put yourself first. Go do some good things for yourself. Go accomplish some things. Pour the love that you're trying to give this person also into yourself. And don't forget about that, because there's something on the horizon, I think. But it's like, there needs to be a shot taken with careful aim and consideration. And from this, you could gain like something you've been trying to manifest, or like a dream. But you see how they have, it's darts, right? There needs to be careful, considered aim and execution taken to bring this in. And if you're not in your power, then you're going to be disappointed. So yeah, because you need your confidence. You need your full confidence. So what it is about this particularly, it's not so much that you're getting drained by giving to it. It's more like your indecision surrounding the situation, I think, and you're giving a lot of thought potentially to what this person needs to become empowered, how you could help them with that. I think right now, and sometimes this is the hardest thing to do, but this is how tough love goes. Sometimes giving people space and time to heal themselves, because you realize, I cannot do this for you. And I'm getting in your way kind of by continually trying. I'm just creating more tension, even though I am trying from a pure place of love. Sometimes the most loving thing is tough love, where you just say, I've got to give this person some time and space to work out their own shit. Right? So that's what I'm seeing. Your higher self is kind of recommending. But yeah, they're giving you this advice because you have a lot on the horizon for you, especially at this time. There's a big opportunity opening up and available to you. So try to pour into yourself and then feel into whatever that might be, okay? I love you. All right, let's move on to Virgo. Virgo. Where are you at? Where you at? Okay, here's this deck for you. Right. Clear the energies and tap into Virgo. Virgo. Also, I should have done this at the beginning, but I forgot. But I did want to offer, I very rarely mention like political things on this channel, just not because I don't have strong opinions, but just because I'm like, is it the time or the place? But I did just want to send some extra love in the direction of all of my USA inhabitants, because I know that no matter who you were hoping to win last night, it was tense. You know, it was tense. And your country is going through, you know, it's going through a thing. There are things happening. So I just wanted to let you know that I love you a little bit extra. And yes, don't forget the power that the people have to make things better than they have been. You just gotta remember that there's more that ties you together than separates you. More that you have in common than divides you. So, yes. Just wanted to say that. I know lots of people, and I know people that were on both sides of things. So, and I'm a Canadian, so I'm just kind of like, I'm seeing things from the outside, but I did want to mention that to people. You are welcome. All right, Virgo, what do we got? You missed the Leo reading. The Leo reading starts at 2:33:20. That is the timestamp, in case you want to go back. Back between an online class and me. I love that. Mind labyrinth. Not that I want to be a distraction, but I'll be a distraction if you're going to choose it anyways. Okay. There's this one person that sat in front of me in this particular class in university, and they would just literally watch like whatever on their laptop the entire class. And I'm like, why are you sitting directly in front of me? Because I'm just watching The Office with you. And not that I don't want to watch The Office every day of my life, but I need to take notes. But you're taking an online class, so nobody is watching you watch me. You're safe. All right, Virgo, what's going on? This deck is tiny. I'm using a tiny deck for you. That's for Virgo. Clear the energy. I knew they wanted to fall out on their own. They all fell out at once. Okay. What is that song? That is a song that I have not heard in over a decade. What is that song? Is that like Theory of a Dead Man or something? I don't even... I think the lyrics were like, make up your mind, you'll be just... make up your mind, something, something, don't worry about it, I'll be fine, or you'll be fine, or something. What song is that? I'll look it up on my phone in a second here. Let me get your oracle card. There you are. Okay. Make up your mind. Okay. Let me find this and then I'll timestamp and we can get into it. What song is this? Make up your mind. Theory of it. It is by Theory of a Dead Man. How do I remember these things? Make up your mind and I'll make up mine. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Those words you said to me, why wasn't I listening? I wish I hadn't met you at all, I started thinking. We'll wake up, we'll make up and do this for the last time. If we break up, we'll wind up losing both of our minds. Okay. I like how I said I was going to timestamp, then talk about it, and then proceeded to not timestamp, but talk about it. Cool. This is what the mind of a Gemini moon looks like. People, are you scared? You should be. Hi, Virgo. Okay. Let's take a look at this. So I was channeling this song, which is Make Up Your Mind by Theory of a Dead Man, which is a song that I have not heard in probably over a decade. So this is definitely about your reading. And the lyrics are, make up your mind and I'll make up mine. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. The words you said to me, why wasn't I listening? Wish I hadn't met you at all, I started thinking. And then he says in the chorus, we'll wake up, we'll make up and do this for the last time. If we break up, we'll wind up losing both of our minds. So wake up, let's make up and do this for the last time. Okay. Let's see. That song was from that era where there were like 10 bands that all sounded the exact same. It was like Theory of a Dead Man, Nickelback, like, I don't know. There was like, I can't even remember the names of them. They all sounded the same. And so it's like impossible to remember sometimes who sang which song. So this person is in the energy of the Five of Cups in reverse. And the energy between the two of you currently is the Eight of Wands in reverse. So this part of the reading should help you understand who this is, or validate or verify. Five of Cups in reverse. This person is healing from some sort of grief, or they are working right now on removing themselves from a state of, or moving through something that they have been mourning. So whether that is you or someone else or something else. But it's interesting that that song came through because it says, it mentions a breakup, right? It's like, let's do this for the last time. If we break up, we'll both lose our minds, kind of thing. What's the Five of Cups in reverse regarding this person for Virgo? Judgment in reverse, Plutonian energy. The Tower in reverse, Mars energy, King of Cups in reverse, Queen of Wands in the upright, the Devil in reverse. Okay. I see. This person is running from themselves. That's what they're doing. They are not actually working through this grief that they feel. They are trying to run from it. Someone tell this person, when you run away, you're only going to run into yourself. You know, if you're running from yourself, no matter where you go, you're only going to run into yourself. You cannot escape the things that literally reside within you. But there's something that is grief related that resides within this person, and they are not wanting to look at it. They're not making a judgment call because they're afraid of the shift, like that would create in their own life, what they would have to admit about the situation, about themselves, about consequences of action, about where this is currently headed. There's something that they don't want to. They're trying to run away from this tower before it falls, you know? It's like they're trying to run from the consequences of their actions here. But the consequences have already manifested within them as grief. It's just grief that they're not letting themselves admit or feel yet. They be running though. They are running on the run. This is someone that struggles with their emotions. They could be very comfortable being this like super confident energy, although I'm kind of seeing this as being you and this as being them, but I feel like there's elements of both of these for both of you in a way. It's interesting. So you might be mirroring this person a little bit. They could be leading with this, I don't know. They could be leaning into this Queen of Wands energy, which is very like, I'm confident, I'm sexy, you know, I'm leading with this fiery energy, I'm leading with creative energy, sexual energy, but there's not a willingness completely to go to this really deep, intimate, emotional space. And that could be because they see you as being this as well, as being genuinely in that energy that we talked about with the Queen of Wands, and then having removed them, the Devil in reverse. There's something here where something toxic has been broken away from. So it's either this person is running from seeing the situation holistically and admitting the part that they played in something toxic, because they don't want to admit that it's over, or they don't want to change. Like they are aware of the implications of recognizing or really looking at the past. What's the Eight of Wands in reverse? This is, it's coming through as, well, there's no, I don't feel like there's communication currently between the two of you. It's like a stagnant energy for the time being anyways. Eight of Wands in reverse. Aw. It's all good, Geminis. The Eight of Wands in reverse. What's this? Something threw a wrench in something that was moving. Something was moving. Where did that other card go? I saw and heard you fall. There we go. It's the Four of Pentacles and the Sun. Ooh, okay. Both of you are like, I remember warmer days, and I want to hold on to that memory. So I would rather run from the current reality, which has to do more with loss, scarcity, and grief. It's almost like by not looking at something, this person anyways, they think that they can hold on to the sun by running from their grief. It's like, I can maintain my memory of you and us as something warm and solid and stable if I don't look at the current situation. So this is something that they do want to hold on to. They want to continue to see the good between the two of you. And they think that they can do that by just not adding any more energy to the current situation. So maybe they feel like that they will make it worse, and that's why they're not talking to you. They do want the two of you to be happy. They know that there's a great potential for that. But they're not choosing it because they either believe that it's not possible anymore and they would rather, like I said, hold on to a positive memory rather than like scar that or skew it or have their vision of you and them shift in their heart and in their head. Okay. Okay, so the point of most avoidance here for this person or surrounding this person, but for you, is the Page of Cups, and then Virgo, your card came out, the Alchemist. It did come out in reverse. So this is the point of avoidance for you. The Page of Cups. There is love that you still want to offer this person. And there is a part of your heart that is very pure that is still open to this person. But I feel like you're choosing right now to focus more on, like, you could be focused on work. You could be focused on your reputation, like more 10th house things, career, achievements, your competence, your responsibilities, how well you take care of yourself and your purpose and legacy. You could be focused more or less on building your empire and less on empowering yourself through like the healing of this situation. And that's okay. But there is something that you're missing here with Virgo, the Alchemist. So this card says methodical, aligned, ritualistic, efficient, insightful, healthy, dutiful, discerning, witchy, subtle, pure, refined, accurate, solitary, curatorial, critical, nervous, and perfectionist. But it's basically like this person is running from pain and you're kind of hiding from love. They're running from pain and you're hiding from love. Is what I'm seeing here. I'm cold again, but I want my big cozy hoodie. Hopefully I don't get hot immediately after putting this on. If I do, I'm just going to open my window because I'm not going to keep changing. There is something about your everyday abundant, efficient, effective flow, though, that is thrown off by this avoidance of your feelings for this person. Specifically, the fact that you actually do want to still offer them love in some sort of way. And it doesn't need to be huge. It could just be like you want to reach out and say, hey, how you doing? How are you dealing with the breakup? You know, it's like that song said, right? If we break up, we'll both lose our minds. So it's almost, this is coming through kind of like something that there's been a wedge driven between the two of you maybe, or maybe you ended a relationship with this person, but you still love them. And it's like, you're not doing the greatest. You know that they're probably not doing the greatest. And it's not that you're doing terrible, but, you know, you're kind of pouring yourself into something else as a means of not having to dive into this too far, right? But you're taking something from yourself by doing that. Because it's like there's something you're not alchemizing by avoiding this love that you have. Or the two of you could alchemize the pain between you. 3 of Cups in reverse, 3 of Swords in the upright, 6 of Cups. the Hermit in reverse. There you are in reverse again. The Queen of Swords in reverse. The Knight of Swords in reverse. The Ten of Cups and Justice. Ugh. This very much has the potential and ability to heal between the two of you. It does. There's a part of you that is more comfortable just taking out your machete and slicing this person out of your life and being like, it's nice that I still have feelings, but we're not coming back together. There's been heartbreak. But the Spirit is saying this is in the past. This is in the past. You can transmute this and move beyond it if you choose to, and if they choose to. But how are you going to know if they choose to meet you there if you don't like put yourself out there, right? Because this person is having a difficult time even admitting how badly they are hurting. And I think to a degree you are too. Because you have this kind of like yearning, longing feeling where you just want to, it's like you want it to be simple. You both are longing for the times when it was more simple and more open and vulnerable and loving between the two of you. But like on the surface, where you felt more safe to be open and loving with each other. But there's something you don't believe can be shifted or alchemized. But the thing is, any energy can be shifted or alchemized or transmuted. Because energy is never created or destroyed. It is always just changed, right? It just changes form. And the thing about just cutting this person out, and you might have done it somewhat harshly as well with the Knight of Swords in reverse, that could be why you're kind of hiding from the truth as well, that you do still have a soft place for this person, because maybe the way you cut them out was not something that necessarily showed that so much. But the Hermit in reverse, I think that when you cut this person out, you weren't completely in your power. And that could have just been because you were hurt, or because they triggered you, or they said something and then you said something in response, or they did something stupid and you were like, bye, talk to you never, you know? But the thing is, they're telling me that that choice is not coming from the most empowered place within you. They're saying that that's not what you actually want most out of the situation. Justice and the Ten of Cups. There can be balance, there can be fairness, and there can be deep emotional fulfillment in the situation. But there has to be an offering of that. Or there has to be like a door that is opened for that to spill through, you know? Okay. The advice from your higher self surrounding this is the Two of Swords in reverse. Make up your mind. Make up your mind. And I'll be just, or what does he say? Make up your mind. Something, don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Your higher self here, Virgo, is very much saying, take the time to truly be honest with yourself about what you want. Make up your mind fully. If you look at this and you genuinely decide that it's not the best idea to offer this love, then be fully behind that decision. It's okay if that's what you choose. Anything that you choose is okay. It's your choice, right? But make that choice and be fully behind it. Because right now you've got like one foot in one direction and one foot in the other, and the two directions are very contrasting. Like they're very different. There's one side of you that wants to be like, fuck you forever, you know, see you never, you don't deserve me in your life. And then there's another side of you that's like, I have this cup of love that I've been thinking of offering you, you know? And you're not decided one way or another. That's why you're avoiding the cup of love. Tell me more about this Two of Swords in reverse. The King of Pentacles. The thing is, yes, make up your mind not taking this person completely into consideration. Because the lyrics are like, don't worry about me, I'll be fine, right? You almost have to make up your mind from that perspective in order to make up your mind from a place that is not just in your head fucking yourself. Because you're trying to take someone else into consideration, I feel like, but you don't know how they feel. You don't know for sure how they act now in their response to this. There are things you don't know, and I feel like you would be assuming to some degree by taking this person into consideration. So I'm not saying don't consider them in that you should be a selfish douche, right? And do things that you know are going to potentially hurt other people and just be like, act narcissistic and not have empathy or compassion or a thought for those around you. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is, while you're making this choice, make it from your seat of personal power. And you can kind of only really do that by being in your seat of personal power. This is you, the King of Pentacles. Look at him in his cute little underwear. Okay. Any more advice for Virgo on how to handle this situation here? It's not even saying that there is a right or a wrong choice, because kind of like what I said before, they're showing me clearly that the two of you haven't let this go yet. Either of you, you're just dealing with it in different ways. And they are saying, though, that there is the potential for this person to rise to the occasion the way that you know that they can. I think you know that they can be. And it's not one of those things that feels like their potential is far off. It's like, no, something about this person, you have confidence, genuine confidence that they could. It's like, if I can look at my shit, you can look at your shit, and we can look at our shit together, and we can be better, and we can both be more empowered, and we can get back to this place. We can be in the sun again. I think that you have genuine confidence of that. That's why you haven't just let go of this desire to offer this person some genuine love. And Spirit is validating that. Like, there is still potential here. But you have to kind of make up your mind, because you're dwindling that potential away the more that you sit on the fence in an energy of doubt. Okay? Any final notes for Virgo here about the situation? Anything else they need to know? And whatever you decide, take that step confidently. There is something being hidden here, though. It's like this person feels more than they have let on as well. Like, this is someone whose deep emotions make them uncomfortable. And it's because I think they are always expecting to be wounded. And so then when they are, it's like it comes in like this tidal wave of, they beat themselves up. They're like, I knew it. It's because I'm a piece of shit, or it's because like I made a mistake going for this thing. At some point they were deflated in regards to love specifically. I feel like they put a lot of love and work into something and then it ended. But the thing is, they never gained the higher perspective about that. They never fully saw the truth of why that didn't work out. And so this is like a wound that they've carried forwards. And then when it gets triggered again, they go back to the initial core wound, and it's like all of the pain from that point forward floods in. Even the pain not directly associated with the situation that they're dealing with in the present. So you're being asked to be vulnerable and to kind of lead by example. You know, there's the people in these cards they're not they don't got a lot of clothes on, right? They're both just wearing their underwear, basically. And it's, if you have the strength in you, if you have the kindness in you, and you genuinely want to know where this can go, then make up your mind to move towards this person with your heart, but make up your mind to fully have your heart open and vulnerable. It's like, if you're not going to go all in, then don't bother doing it. Then let that be your choice not to do it. If you're not capable of moving forwards and being all in, right? Like if the thought of moving forwards makes you feel like I could move forwards, but from a guarded place, right? Then don't bother doing it, I feel like. Because I don't think you'll get what you want unless you move forwards and show this person that it is okay to be vulnerable. So maybe that looks like telling them like, hey, I've been thinking about you. I regret the way that this situation went down, or I regret my part of this situation. Can we talk? Would you like to talk? Or maybe it is telling them like, I think about you and I have this desire to work things out. Would you be open to that? Or this hurt me and I know that you're hurting too. It's kind of one of those, can we meet on the same like level to gain ground together? And if that is something you genuinely desire, then you should explore that desire. And even if it doesn't work out, you will alchemize and transmute that energy into power, more power than you have while you're not looking at this, right? Because when you're avoiding a certain desire, you're stifling a part of yourself. And desire comes from that life force energy within us. It is part of what drives us, and it's meant to. You're not meant to like alleviate your desire. There is sacred desire within you that is like something pulling you from, something within you. And that was put there for a reason. You're not supposed to let like lust and desire just run havocly, create havoc in your life and chaos and just run amok. You have to have temperance and balance, right? But if you have a deep desire that is connected to a pure place of love, then what harm can actually come from expressing that, right? It's better an oh well than a what if, from my personal experience. But you have the decision to make for yourself, my loves. Okay, we are moving on to Libra. We're moving on. Moving on. Okay. Let me move this a little bit. Libra. I want my... I think I need to like tighten these or something. They just keep sliding down my nose lately. Okay. Libra. How are you guys doing out there? You doing okay? You hanging in there? Hydrate, stretch, kiss your pet, grab a snack, do the things you gotta do. I'll be here when you get back, don't worry. Okay. Libra. What does Libra need to know? This is a dirty chai, by the way, and it is so good. Why did it make that sound? That was weird. Dirty chai is just like a chai with a shot of espresso in it. And it's so good. It's what the bad bitches are drinking these days. In case you were wondering. I'm just kidding. It's just what this bad bitch is drinking these days. All right, what's going on with Libra and this person? That's your favorite? Damn, it is such a good drink. Excellent taste, right? It's so good. And because it's espresso and then like the yeah, and the bad boss ass dudes with the big dick energy. That's also what they drink. There you go. We're all about inclusion here. Sorry. But yes, I like it because it doesn't make me as like jittery as straight caffeine from coffee does. Everybody should try it. Highly recommend. Okay. 3 more cards. Tell me more about this person. Cold though. Yeah, it is good cold. It's just it snowed here today, so I'm welcoming the warm one. The iced ones are delicious. What's up? Sheila's back. Okay. I'm channeling a song. Spirit, why are you giving me songs before timestamps happen? Stop trying to make fetch happen. I need these songs to come through when I am ready to receive them. Thank you. Let me see. Right. Okay. Okay. Libra. You know what is fair and what is not. You know what is fair and what is not. Why you playing? It's 70 there. Ugh, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I want to be drinking an iced dirty chai in California. Under a palm tree. Let me get an oracle card. Thank y'all. Okay. Addiction, codependent obsession, blah, 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 blah. Oh my. Okay. Let's see. Made a wish. Okay. Give me a second here to find this song. What's good, Libra? All right. I was channeling a song for you, so I'm just looking it up quickly here. It's called Wish on an Eyelash. It's by Mallrat. And it's very short. It's only like a minute long. It's kind of like an interlude song. But the part that I was channeling, she says, I made a wish on an eyelash, made a wish on 11s, made a wish on my birthday, talk about you to heaven. Plan my days all around you, planets orbit around you. I was lost till I found you. I think angels surround you. It's such a good song. But there's something here that you, I feel like it's time for me to, it's that time, guys, of the reading. This picture, this photo album on my phone, like it rotates photos, and then I take it as like intuitive messages. Spirit's like, light it up. I'm just kidding. Okay. I feel like this is someone you really wanted things to work out with. It's like the current situation between the two of you is coming through as the Nine of Cups in reverse, and this person's coming through as the King of Swords. You made a wish on an eyelash, on 11s. You made a wish on, you rubbed the lamp and you were like, please, can I just have this? This is something that looks like everything I've ever wanted. And the current state of things between you is that wish was not granted, but I need to dig deeper into that. Laureen. Cancer's in your 4th and 5th house. Ooh. Same traits, different day. Oh, that's too bad. Okay. So why is this person showing up as the King of Swords? Well, you see them as being very in control, is what I'm getting from this. You see them as being very in control of themselves and in control of their emotions. But I think you feel like that is a little bit of a cover for, it's like it's a self-defense mechanism. And it's like, how empowered are you really if you're constantly keeping people at arm's length because you need to maintain control? And if your heart gets involved, then you don't feel in control, right? That's not true empowerment then, right? If you have to stay distanced and you can't, like, anyone can be empowered when they're not letting anybody close. But I feel that from this person, as you're kind of looking at them like they are intelligent, they know what's up in regards to something. You're definitely seeing them as being smart and even intuitive to a degree. But yeah, you're seeing them as not choosing love. It's like, even if it was offered to them on a silver platter, I think you're seeing them as being like, no thanks, I'll pass, They might be kind of self-indulgent. They might be open to casually dating. They might be dating a lot of people or seeing more than one person. Yeah, exactly. They don't want to make up their mind. They're at peace with not making up their mind in any particular direction. This is coming through as being a little self-indulgent. But they're very level. This is someone who's highly intelligent. And specifically, they could have strong Virgo or Gemini energy. But Libra and Aquarius is also here with that. And there's also Taurus on the table too. Tell me more about the Nine of Cups in reverse. Why is that the current energy between Libra and this person? The Ten of Swords in reverse. You're getting over this. Disappointment. I kind of want to say you are over this, actually. I think that that's actually the thing that you're avoiding, is that you're more beyond this situation than you've actually realized. That's interesting. You could be convinced that you're more stuck than you actually are, but I think it's just because you keep on revisiting this disappointment and how bad you wanted it. That I think you actually have evolved beyond this and healed quite a bit and seen kind of the truth. It's like, because this person, they do come through very clear, right? Like, this is someone who will tell you straight up. They won't manipulate you. They'll be like, I'm not looking for a relationship, but we can be friends with benefits. This is someone who's not playing other people. They are going to tell you exactly what they're open to giving and what they're not, whether you want to hear that or not. Like, they are openly expressing their truth. And their truth is they are not committed to love. But it's almost like you're looking for more in the situation than is actually there. Do you know what I mean? Like, you want it to be more complicated than that because you wanted it so bad, and this person was just like, no, I'm not open to that, you know? And it wasn't even personal. It's not personal with this person, although rejection always usually feels personal to some degree, right? The current situation, though, between the two of you is like you were let down by something that initially really lit you on fire or turned you on, or you could have dreamed about it. You maybe did fantasize quite a bit about the situation before it fully unfolded, like that Wish on an Eyelash song, right? Or maybe you met this person at a time when you were just kind of putting yourself fully back out there. And you were like, why, when I'm actually finally ready, or when I'm serious about looking for something that is actually going to go somewhere, do I get drawn to someone who is like, I'm absolutely not looking for that? Make it make sense, you know? But it's saying that you've already healed from this disappointment. The Ten of Swords in reverse, that is the current state between the two of you. You're not in the thick of this. You're out of the woods here with this situation. The Hanged Man in reverse. You're not seeing that you are. You're not seeing that you're out of the woods because you haven't taken a leap forwards. It's like someone who injures themselves, right? Like, let's say I break my leg. Let's say I break my leg and I'm healed, but I don't know that I am because I haven't tried walking on it yet, like without my cast yet, right? You don't see how far you've come. You don't see that you've overcome this disappointment and you've healed whatever wound was tied to this, but you don't have that perspective because you haven't taken the leap out to kind of like prove it to yourself yet in some sort of way. That's what I feel. Yeah. But by staying where you are at this point, you're almost investing into something that can't go any further. It's like the healing that needed to happen there has happened. The truth has been spoken. There's nothing else to unpack, or there's nothing else that really needs to be looked at here, you know? So by staying in that spot, you're kind of pouring your energy into something that is, I don't know, it's not really going somewhere beneficial to you, I feel like. Okay, so the main point of avoidance for you is the Eight of Cups. This is why I said I feel like you're more over this than you actually know, because you're either avoiding knowledge that this person has already emotionally disconnected and walked away, or you're avoiding the fact that you have. That you're not actually emotionally connected to this in the way that you were at one point anymore. You could have gotten into a loop, though, of really like weighing back and forth as you do, right? Like, what was fair about the situation? What wasn't? How did I act in the situation? Where could I act better? You know, it's like sometimes I think you look at things after they occur for so long to kind of like put yourself back in that optimal state of balance. But you can get stuck just like weighing things out when it's like, no, you've already cleared up what was fair and what was not. You've already done the work. And through doing the work on this and through seeing it clearly for what it is, and this person actually did you a great service by just being honest about where they are. This is actually dignified. There are people that don't want love that will tell you whatever they need to tell you to get you in bed with them, and then you'll never see them again. You know, like this person actually did you a favor and acted with dignity because they were honest about what they want and what they don't want and what they can give and what they can't right now. So even if that's disappointing, that's easier to deal with than the alternative, right? Okay, now this is clarified by the Heart with a Key card, which came out in reverse. And you walked away because it says welcoming love, meeting the one, open your heart, getting together, and perfect, right? This person is not open to welcoming love. They have a doormat outside their door that says, not you again, and it's love that they're talking to, right? They're like, can you just leave me the fuck alone? Like, I'm not trying to meet the one. I'm not trying to open my heart. I don't want that. They're very clear about that. And that's why you were very clear on needing to walk away, because I think you know that you do want those things. But there's something about this connection that you mirrored each other. A wound that they have reflected a wound that you have. And that's what you have healed through walking away. You transformed something, you grew beyond, or you changed your mind. Like maybe, for instance, and this is just an example, but maybe you were to a point where, kind of like this person, you'd had some bad experiences, or you'd given to things that never gave back to you, or whatever the case may be. You were kind of in an energy of being indecisive about whether you really wanted something serious or not, right? It's like through this person, meeting this person, you realize that you do still want that. And so there was a wound that was reflected by this person, but you have healed it and kind of like risen like the phoenix into a new phase. The wound could have had something to do with like something with that control thing. It's almost like, I feel like the wound it's you recognizing that when you tell yourself that you don't want love, it is a means of control. It's like, I'm just telling myself that so that I don't look for love, so that getting hurt is not an option because I don't want to be hurt right now. And that's more the reality of it, if that makes sense, than you actually not desiring love. So something about this, and you could have had somewhat of an addiction to falling back on that as like a safety net, right? And I think that every air sign, we can do this, right? And I have a Gemini moon and Chiron, and my Mercury is in Aquarius. So I understand this a little bit. It's like, especially with my moon in an air sign, sometimes, well, and Mercury, because that is how we talk to ourselves at times as well. And sometimes I'll just tell myself, I don't want that. And even if I'm saying I don't want that right now because I need to go focus on this thing, that's still a lie. It's like, I still do want that, and I always have wanted that, and I always will want that. Like, I've always been a lover. I will always want love, you know? It's like, that's not changing. It doesn't change based on circumstance. Even if I have other things going on in my life, that doesn't change the fact. And it's really our own limiting beliefs and us telling ourselves we can't do like both things at once. We can't have this and that. Sometimes it's like, oh, I know that I need to work on my physical stability, so I have to tell myself that I'm not interested in love because you don't believe you can have both things simultaneously, or something along those lines, right? Tell me more about the point of avoidance here. I think this person has also disconnected emotionally and walked away, though, if they were emotionally connected at all initially. And again, I'm not saying that to bash you. It has nothing to do with you. With this person, they go into every connection knowing how far they will let themselves go. And it's not that far when it comes to the heart, to be honest. They stay very detached. Anything else about this avoidance, or is that pretty much that? Okay, they want to get on to the advice. So the advice from your higher self is the Guru, which is the Hierophant. Taurian energy. Be your own guru here and remind yourself what you know. Because there's things that you definitely know. You know what is fair and just. You know the truth, and you know your truth. And you also know this person's truth, I feel like, because they were holding it confidently and expressed it clearly. You also know what turns this wheel the right direction and what keeps it stuck and stagnant. You can feel what is lifting you and what is holding you back. And sometimes it's literally just as clear as that. How far have I evolved, or how far have I gone since not being in communication with this person anymore? Well, if you've stayed stagnant in a particular part of your life, then it's like, what have you sacrificed? Would you rather look forwards? What's up, Star Lava? And is there any reason genuinely to hold on to this and to keep on wishing for it when you have a clear answer, right? You know what it's possible for this person to give you, or what they're willing to give you, and what they won't. So is that something that you truly want? Is it fair? Is it just? Is it going to uplift you and keep you in a balanced, harmonious, and happy state within yourself, or not? You already know the answers to these questions. And through admitting this truth, like, it's okay that you walked away. It's okay that they did too, right? You met someone and maybe they were super fine and there was a lot of potential and you both felt it, but then it never evolved into that. It never evolved into what it could be, and that's okay. Do you know how many people you meet throughout your lifespan that you have a lot of potential with? Probably a lot. But it doesn't work out with all of them, and it's not meant to, because we meet those people and potential is just potential unless you choose to rise to the occasion and live that potential out. And both people, when it comes to relationships, have to choose that, right? Or else the potential disappears. So, yeah. Don't lose the wish that you have. If anything, just be really honest with yourself about what that wish actually is. And who can give it to you? Who can fulfill that? Okay? Because I see that there is something coming in that is meant for you. What you seek is seeking you, but you have to be honest with yourself about what you're looking for in order to actually connect with it. And I think that you want a solid, stable, consistent, committed, deep, and loving connection. From what I see, that's what you want. So don't settle for less than that, okay? Because there is someone out there who can give it to you and you deserve it. So no settling. I love you. All right, we're moving on to Scorp. Scorp. Just got off work. Hope you had a good day at work. Pluto North Node in Libra gonna fulfill the wish. Yeah, well, I think that you just setting the intention that the wish be fulfilled is going to fulfill your own wish, because you have the power to do that no matter what planets are doing what, you know? You have the power to fulfill your own wish by just speaking it into existence. So do that. Do that. Okay. This. Scorpio. What's going on? I'm gonna use this one for you. Yes, we are. All right. Give me a second here. Oh. Should I go to the washroom now? Easy day. Organize 260 boxes of cookies. Ooh, I hope you ate one or a few to sweeten the deal. Okay, I'm gonna light another candle. Yes, I'm taking that as a sign. I'm gonna light another candle to transmute for us here. It is done, so it is. Yes, exactly. And I'm gonna quickly use the washroom because I have drank 2 coffees. You didn't eat a cookie. Well, what the heck are you thinking? Just kidding. I would have totally eaten a cookie or a few cookies. Just, that's the difference between me and you. All right, let me see here. I don't think we need to dress this one. I think that we're just gonna carry forth the intentions from the last one that we set. Oh, it's dripping wax. And we're gonna let this new candle carry forth those intentions and protections and yes. Okay. Wax on my finger. Wipe it inside my hoodie. If you're like me, you just wipe things on the inside of your hoodie. So you're like, I'm never gonna see it. I don't care. Not gross things, but just like, you know, a little wax on my finger. It's going inside the hoodie. Here's the second one. I am a ridiculous human, but that's okay. I feel like we're all ridiculous humans. Scorpio. Okay. You work with them all the time, so you don't need to not be a fat kid. That's fair. My mom owns a bakery. And it is delicious, and I could go there every day. It's like a coffee shop and a bakery. That's why she brought me a coffee. But yeah. Ooh, pho. That's delicious. I haven't had pho in forever. Pho, however you want to say it. Sounds good to me. Why did this start making that like weird gurgly sound? Why? It's the cup doing it. It's not my mouth. Anyways, I'm going to go to the washroom quickly and I'll be right back. And when we get back, oh, you run a restaurant and bakery in one? Aw, that's cool. Where? Where do you live? If I'm ever visiting, I will stop by. I'll just look for the best bakery and restaurant in town. Okay, when I get back, we're looking into Scorpio. Virginia Beach. Watch you on TV. Yes, pho is so good. You were on Food Network on Diner Drive and Dives. I will look you up. What is the name of the place? So that I can see what, or do I just search Virginia Beach Diner Drive and Dives? Maybe they'll just show me the episode that they did in your area. But nice. We're getting all the details here, guys, about where the hot spots are. Luna's over there being adorable. I love it when she curls up and looks like a little fox while she's sleeping. It's so cute. She like wraps her tail around, covers her face with it. Ugh. What does Scorpio need to know about this person? Or the person that they are currently somewhat avoiding thinking about? What do they need to know? If you guys want a really great smoke blend as well, I have a short on my channel that, and you can include marijuana in it or you don't have to. It's equal parts, like the recipe that's in the short. There's a list of everything and it's like 9 things, I think, in total. I think there's 8 or 9 things. And it is so good. It's like rose petals, my God. It's like rosemary, rose petals, peppermint. Some of them I don't really know how to pronounce correctly. Like mullein. Yeah, blue lotus is in it as well. Lavender. I don't know if I said that already, but yeah, it is a mix that I created. And not only does it taste delicious, it is, each of the things in it or the ingredients in it have like, yeah, mugwort is in it too. Look at you. See, I think I told you about this a while ago, so you remember. My memory is not as good as yours. But yeah, it's really good. And every ingredient has something that is actually super beneficial and helpful to you from like a spiritual standpoint. So check that out if you guys are into plant medicine. And it tastes really good. It's kind of like sweet a little bit. A little bit sweet. Okay. Scorpio, what do we need to know about this space of avoidance? What do we need to know? Let's see. Okay, that wanted to come out because I already saw that at the bottom of the deck. 2 more. You and this person are mutually not looking at the truth. This is a very scorpionic reading. I knew it was time to smoke. Like, this is... Yes. Hard hitters. Spirit was like, just, ease the pain. But let's see. I'm just kidding, by the way. But the Tower. So this is the Tower coming for yo ass. And just remember that I also have all of the Scorpio energy, and I love you. I'm just the deliverer. Yeah, Justice and the Tower. I'll get to that though. It's part of your spread, so I will get to that, but just Libra and Mars energy. Okay. Let's get one card. Okay. Who did this come up for? I think it was Gemini. An eye for an eye. You might have Gemini in your chart, or you might want to check out the Gemini reading, okay? If you feel called to. Because literally I said an eye for an eye, and then that card was on the bottom of, or is on the bottom of the deck. So you might want to look into that. I want to look at the actual book for that, for not an eye for an eye, but for, where's the book for this thing? There it is. Okay, that was awkward digging around in there for too long. That took a lot of effort out of me. All right, Scorpio, let's timestamp, get into this. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just a classic Scorpio reading because the Tower is present, and it's like, let me tell you about this. Scorpios are one sign I know that don't often run from the Tower, although it is your advice to embrace it. So what's up, Scorpio? My loves, I hope you're doing incredibly well. Okay, I've got your cards down. If you want to see me shuffling and pulling them and everything, by the way, just go back a little bit. But let's get into this and look at the person or situation that you're kind of avoiding a little bit. So this person's energy is coming through as the Four of Wands, and then the current situation between the two of you is coming through as the Ace of Swords in reverse. The train is training outside. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but it's going by. Okay. The Four of Wands. This person could have an Aries Venus. They don't have to. But that is the placement that goes with the Four of Wands. This person is full of joy. They have a natural joy about them. And it's very self-sustaining. Yeah, self-sustaining is what I want to say. It's like they can feed it into themselves. Tell me about this Four of Wands. It's also someone that you consider a counterpart in some sort of way and an equal to you in some sort of way. The Ten of Wands in reverse. There's a lightness about this person. It's like they don't hold on to things that are heavy, and you're seeing that. Yeah, they have this childlike innocence about them. And I'm not saying that they're always in this manifestation of their energy, but they hold it within them and it shines out from them. There is a lot of childlike energy, like maybe they have a lot of Leo or Aries placements, or even Gemini. But they don't hold on to heaviness for too long, and they don't let things get them down for long. They are, if something gets them down, they work on themselves, they balance themselves, and they move forwards. Temperance and the Six of Swords. The Five of Wands in reverse and the World in reverse. They don't like keeping cycles open that are bringing chaos and conflict into their life, or making them be at odds or conflict with themselves. That's why they are quick to like drop weight of things that don't work for them. It's to maintain this lightness about them that they have. Okay. But why do I feel like you're kind of looking at the lightness as, it's like you're trying to ask you're asking yourself whether that is a beautiful quality or a toxic quality. For some reason, you're kind of on the fence about it. So the way that this person's like light energy manifests, for instance, right? Maybe this is someone who, it's almost like you're seeing it as being something that could be, well, are they ever truly like committed and invested? Or are they always just like moving on to the next thing because they're this light, free-spirited person, right? But I don't get that. I feel like this is just, yeah, this is someone that genuinely loves themselves. 9 of Cups. So they make choices to unload the things that weigh them down, and they clear out. I mean, they could also have Scorpio energy or Virgo maybe, but they're natural alchemists. Pisces too is here heavily with that Page of Cups as well. There's also Libra and Mars, or quite heavy Aries on the table. Heavy Aries, heavy Pisces, notes of Gemini and Leo is what I would say. And then Libra is here. Okay. But it's like you're not sure. It's so interesting. It's kind of like the thing that draws you to this person is also the thing that you have a slight concern about. You find it super attractive in them, but at the same time, you don't totally know if you can trust it. It's like you don't know if it's an immaturity and a disconnect, kind of like free-spirited. Like if this person presents, or if this person's lightheartedness manifests from like an irresponsible place or an unreliable place, that's what you're kind of trying to determine, I feel like, or whether they are actually grown into it with the King of Wands and sovereign over their energy and making choices to actively honor that lightness within them. You're kind of trying to decide which one it is with them. Okay, but the current situation between the two of you is the Ace of Swords. So both of you are not seeing some sort of truth. What is that? I think that you both share this lightness to some degree, and you're both unsure if you can trust it in the other. It's like, it's almost coming through as one of those things where you're like, yeah. I feel like the reason, okay, I feel like this is a trait that the two of you share, is this lightness, this natural lightness and ability to transmute and release weight, to hold this very high vibrational and almost innocent or pure part of yourself, to carry that forward, to not lose it, to not allow it to be marred by the world and the experiences that you have here. It's not that the heavy shit never happens, but you don't hold on to it, and neither does this person. But the thing is, that is something that needs to be cultivated as we move into our power. And oftentimes people that do have that free-spirited lightness, when they are immature, it does manifest in a more reckless way, or it can come through as like insincerity or not knowing what is worth holding on to and letting go of. It can come through as erratically making the choice to let something go when really it's something that you could have had more patience with, or, you know, these are just examples. But I feel like the reason you're not sure you can trust how far this person's lightness has actually evolved is because at some point you also had this gift in a more underdeveloped way. And you know how, it's like you know firsthand how that can manifest and present when you're not fully in your power. And so you're looking at this person almost like, are we cut from the same cloth? Because it seems kind of like I found a kindred spirit, 1111, the Four of Wands, right? But you're not sure if you can trust it. But I think that what's really being reflected back at you is a part of yourself that you don't fully trust yet. Because again, you two are reflecting each other. You're quite similar, at least in this, you both hold this thing within you for sure. This element is strong in both of you. The Knight of Cups in reverse, though, with the Ace of Swords in reverse, you're both kind of like looking at each other like, okay, well, you're not serious. And what I thought I saw in you, I guess, wasn't true. So you might be looking at each other like neither one of you is going to fight for this, the Nine of Wands in reverse, or is willing to put effort into push forwards to come from a higher perspective and a balanced perspective to come back together, because that's what would be necessary. Because there is something that was manifesting in a toxic way between the two of you with the Devil in reverse, or there was something that was just manifesting in kind of more of like an oppressive or overbearing way in the connection that I feel like threw things off balance. And that maybe is why you both started questioning yourselves and each other. But there is a higher perspective available here for you. And there is also the potential of clearing whatever this energy from the past is. Rigoletto, Italian bakery, and Italian. I'll be there. I'll be there. That sounds delish. Okay. Anything else you want to tell me about this Ace of Swords in reverse? This is shared between the two of you. So both of you are not seeing the truth. And not only that, but you're both believing the same lie to some degree, which is very interesting. And it applies to both sides because you both hold this mutual trait. Okay, there's just a lot channeling through without the cards. So in the past, I feel like both of you were invested or involved in people that maybe approached you as if they had the same energy or trait about them or quality, but then they proved to you that either they were completely faking it because they knew that you, along with that innocence, could maybe be mistreated, like they could, because innocence, the thing about innocence is it can be manipulated, and it can be kind of naive because it genuinely is pure and wants to believe the best, right, in things. So what I feel like is that some people use that to manipulate both of you in the past. Like they showed up pretending that they were cut from the same cloth as you or had the same intentions and ability to show up in that really pure-hearted place and to be free-spirited and to not try to control or whatever the case may be, but it didn't end up being true. So there's that. And then there may have also been people that did have that same quality, but were not in their power. And so those opportunities fell through because they were not actively trying to empower that trait. They're just, like I said earlier in your reading, they were more so working from an immature or imbalanced, irresponsible kind of space. The other truth that the two of you aren't looking at fully. Yes, it's the Ace of Cups and the Ten of Cups. There's also the Chariot at the bottom of the deck, Cancerian energy. Let me see that. All systems go. This is not a test. Yeah. No. There is a lot of love here, and it is pure. It is. Both of you are able to offer, and I feel like you're willing to offer it too. It's just that you have to know. You have this thing where you're like, I have to know though that I am offering it to the right person, and then I have no qualms with offering this element of myself, because it's like this is something you celebrate in yourself, and you should. This is a gorgeous energy. To hold on to this through your whole life and protect it and honor it is a large achievement. So please continue doing that. It is something that you should be proud that you hold within you. You cherish this part of yourself, you see the preciousness of it, and you celebrate it. And you're looking for someone else who will see and celebrate it as well, and you should have that. And this person, I feel like, is the same. So it's almost like something came in and caused a doubt, which has then kind of deteriorated things. And maybe it caused you to see from a bit more of a fearful perspective than a hopeful one. So it's kind of like you stopped believing that something could be abundant, maybe. But it's not that it can't be abundant. It's just that you would both have to bring yourselves in from the cold, heal that seed of doubt, be true and honest and open with each other, and then kind of like allow trust to build over time. You would need to face whatever toxic element this is as well. Because the devil keeps showing up. It showed up in reverse for the work that you would have to do with this person. Okay, some cards just fell off the bottom of the deck. So what's that? 5 of coins in reverse, 7 of swords in reverse. Death. There you are in all your glory. Okay, so what would need to transform? I feel like there's a lie that you can even be put out in the cold. When you hold this kind of pure energy and light and love within you, and you maintain that, and it is self-sustaining, like I said before, you can't really be put out in the cold by someone. You don't really have to be afraid of that. That is an illusion. And therefore, needing to come in from out of the cold is also an illusion. You're not out in the cold. Yeah, this is a way of thinking, a perspective that I feel like wants to shift. It wants to evolve. And why does it want to evolve? Because it's going to evolve into something far more abundant. The Empress. Once you believe that nothing can truly be lost, or once you realize that nothing can truly be lost, I feel like you will open yourself up to being truly receptive in a way that fear prevents you from being at this point in time. This is a love that you have to be fully open to, both of you. That is something that would need to be faced, and therefore the places where the two of you are not seeing the divinity within you, not wanting another person to see you because of those insecurities you have about yourself, that is the toxicity that would need to be faced here. Because the goods you got, what you got inside, Scorpio, it's beautiful. There's nothing in there that is too deep, too intense, too moody, too broody, too whatever for someone to handle. Not if they're the person for you, not if they're right for you, not if they're on your level. And if they carry the same light as you, then there's no way you can really drown them with your depths. Because again, nothing can steal this. So there's also a fear here that you're too intense or you're too much, I think. It's easier to just believe that Because this is something that would ask you to be everything that you are. It's like this is a person who wants to see all of you and know all of you. And they want that so that they can love all of you. That's the kind of all-encompassing love that they're looking for, and they won't settle for less. Okay, your primary point of avoidance surrounding this, you're avoiding justice. You are avoiding justice. And it came out with this card, No Kings But Us. I'm going to read this from the book. I want to know what the book has to say about that. It's kind of coming through, though, as like you create your own fate. You are the master of your own destiny. You are the architect, right, of your life. No kings but us. Okay. It says, you are the cumulative mighty efforts of your ancestors. You are their wish granted and dream realized. You are miraculous. You are ancient and you are holy. You are the sum of fate, time, love, and luck, all conspiring together. You are an instrument fine-tuned to bring forth the sometimes euphonious, sometimes cacophonous, I don't even know what that word means, I'm looking that up after this, and always harmonious rhythms and tickings of this universe. You are here to play and you are here to dance. On the matter of kings, there is fact and fiction among the lore. They are divinely assigned, it's true, but they're not as rare as you've been made to believe. Rather, they are an archetypal energy awakened within as soon as you begin to ask, why not me? You are it. If you don't like it, change it. If it's not there, create it. Damn. Yeah, you got something to say about that too? What does this word mean? Leave it to a Gemini moon to be like, not moving forwards until I know what that means. A harsh, discordant mixture of sounds is a cacophony. A harsh and discordant mixture of sounds. I like that. So what did it say about that again? It said, so sometimes, so you're an instrument and you're fine-tuned, but what you bring out is not always going to sound pretty because you're not meant to be perfect. But whatever you bring forth will always still be in harmony and rhythm with this universe and with your existence, because you can't really fuck up, you know? There is just choice, and then there is consequence of choice, but there is no right or wrong choice. There's just the decisions you make and the like action and reaction, you know? That's why karma is actually it's not personal and it's neutral. It's a neutral force. It's not something coming in to punish you. It's just something that is coming in to, it's not something that rewards or punishes you. What it is just you have an action, and then there is an answer to that action because the universe is dualistic in nature. And there's an answer or reaction to everything. So what's this justice card though? Because why are you avoiding your power? Because that's what this is telling me. You're avoiding kind of the fullness of your power. No kings but us. It's like you're avoiding how much power you actually hold. Why is that? Because you don't want to share it with another person? You're conflicted about sharing it with another person? It comes back to that they could take from me thing. You cannot lose this. Nothing in the world can take this from you unless you give it up willingly. And I think that you know and appreciate yourself enough not to do that at this point. Maybe you didn't always. Maybe that's where the fear comes from. A time when you didn't know how to honor yourself in that way. But you do now. And you know what's fair. You know what you truly desire and deserve. So what is that? And ask yourself and answer yourself from that place of ultimate power. Okay? That's what you've been avoiding. So the Tower. This is your advice from your higher self surrounding the situation. Do something, okay? Do something. It's like do something or I'm gonna do something is kind of that energy. It's Mars energy, right? It's the energy of assertion. It's also the energy of war. Let's see about that. Tell me more about the Tower and the advice from Scorpio's higher self. The King of Coins in reverse. You have to be honest with yourself. You are not standing fully in your power. This is something you know and are avoiding, so don't come for me just because I'm reading you, okay? And if I'm not reading you, then it's simply not your read, but this is someone's read. Look at these major arcanas that are clarifying the Tower and the King of Coins in reverse. Clarified by the Hierophant, the Star in reverse, and Death. There you are. This is a Tower that is needing to take place, and it's going to be uncomfortable because this Tower was always meant to show you where you are ultimately shortchanging yourself. It's like you're afraid, right, of something diminishing everything that you have to give, of it not being as effective or efficient or just taking from you or from your vision or something, right? But the King of Coins in reverse, this Tower was always meant to show you this. You are worth more than what you are actively pursuing at this time. And I feel like the opportunity is there to pursue. This is a journey, I think, towards you being in your state of true empowerment here, which is very powerful. So what is needed is there needs to be a full commitment to this unhealed place. And this place where you're afraid to let other people see into is actually one of the spaces where you shine the brightest. The place where you're afraid to show is, it's where you shine the brightest. Like, it's who you are. There needs to be a deeper commitment, though, to what you know is for you. Is there anything else you want to tell Scorpio? That's what I'm seeing. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. There's something here that you're meant to fight for a little bit. And in fighting for it, you fight for yourself. There's something connected here. In fighting for it, you're fighting for yourself. Because the fight for this thing will require you to pull this part of yourself out of yourself. And that alone is going to take some courage. But it's like, is the juice worth the squeeze? Is the juice worth the squeeze, Scorp? Because you know we like a big juicy squeeze. So go get it. Go get yours. Go get your juice. All right, that's what I'm seeing. Okay, we're moving on to Sag. Go get your freshly squeezed juice. Sounds kind of dirty and I don't even care. I like it. All right. Okay. Luna. Sagittarius. My darlings. Lila. Okay, I'm hearing that song. Why do I keep channeling music while I'm shuffling the cards still? What is that song? It's like... It's like, oh, my love, my darling, I've hungered for your touch. Is it like, is that Unchained Melody? It's been well beyond a decade since I've heard that song, if that's the song that it is. I've hungered for your touch. Yeah, I'm trying to remember more lyrics to that song. I think they say, I need your love. I'll look it up once I start the actual reading. Okay. All right. Well, then why are you acting like that? Okay. Oracle card. I don't know if you saw her. Okay. Hi, Sagittarius. All right. I was channeling a song, and I don't know, but I think that it is Unchained Melody. Yes, it is. Wow, I'm amazed. Let me see. Yes. I have not heard this in a very long time. So, my love, my darling, I've hungered for your touch a long, lonely time, and time goes by so slowly, and time can do so much. Are you still mine? I need your love. Godspeed your love to me. Lonely rivers flow to the sea, to the sea, to the open arms of the sea. Lonely rivers sigh, wait for me, I'll be coming home, wait for me. Are you still mine? I've hungered for your touch. Okay. This could be someone who's wondering then, or you're wondering if someone still feels the same essentially as they did, if someone is still yours, if their heart is still yours. Okay. So this person's energy is coming out as the Two of Pentacles in reverse, and then the current state between you is the Queen of Cups in reverse. So let's see. That's the Two of Pentacles in reverse. This person's, you're perceiving them as having made a definitive choice, which they are acting on. So let's say if the two of you broke up, then it's like they have not tried to contact you. They have not tried to bring things back together. They have basically stayed committed to that choice. Are you coming back up? Where are you going? You want to come back up? She's like, how do I get up? I cannot crawl up there. Come here. Still baby. Still baby. What? You don't want my love? But I want yours. Fine. She's denying my love. Okay. So, tell me about this Two of Pentacles in reverse. What is this choice? The Queen of Swords. Yeah. You're like, they made up their mind. They are sticking to it. They know the decision that they made, and they know why. 10 of Cups in reverse at the bottom of the deck. 2 of Cups in the upright. Ace of Wands in reverse. Well, I'm channeling another song. It's by Hers, and it's called What Once Was. What Once Was. See, it's something that is a really good song, by the way. You should listen to that song. I need to look up the lyrics to that now too. But here, the 10 of Cups in reverse. So this is your current situation with this person, right? The Queen of Cups in reverse. But this was once your situation. And I think that you both desired this 10 of Cups, right? It's like you saw this person and this situation as being something that could be highly emotionally fulfilling. Such a good song, right? You know it. Respect. But the thing is, this connection is still very much here. The 2 of Cups, the 10 of Cups, and the Queen of Cups is all here. This is very much there. Did the band break up? What do you mean rest in peace to the band? Wait, which song are you talking about? Are you talking about Unchained Melody, or are you talking about the other one that I just channeled? It's like you've decided, I don't want your love no more. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm not putting my love in. I'm not putting my energy in. They passed away though? Like Hers or the band that sang Unchained Melody? I'm confused. There's still Hers. Really? I didn't even know that. That one's sad. It's a great song though, and you guys should listen to it. His voice is amazing also, but I want to see what the lyrics to that are, because What Once Was is very much connected to the Unchained Melody kind of idea, the longing, right? I always forget that the lyrics to this are interesting and kind of sad. Okay, so he says, I guess I knew this would happen to you. Inside I did, but I refused to know the truth. Avoidance. I'm heading back inside to sit at home with you. I think I know what's wrong. Baby, I've been there before. I was at the point where all I really wanted was someone, and now I'm still hanging on. I was at the end of every tether, waiting for what once was. This is a song that makes me cry almost every time I listen to it, just because, I don't know, it's something about the energy of the song. You guys should really listen to it. It's by the band Hers, like I said before, HERS, and it's called What Once Was. I feel like that will resonate with you if this reading resonates with you. Okay. There's something that it's almost like you didn't want to see it, but you didn't want to see it, but you almost anticipated it. It's like something about you felt this coming. Maybe both of you. It's almost like you knew from near the beginning that you would need to at some point pull your love back from this person or revoke your energy. I don't know how you would have known that, but I feel like this is something that you knew, and maybe you entered into this anyways because it's something that you didn't want to see. I guess I knew this would happen to you, but I didn't want to see the truth, right? But then it's like one person knew that it would happen because they've been there before. So it's like they can see in another what is going to probably happen because they have been there. So for instance, if you entered into a connection with someone who you know just got out of a somewhat serious commitment that was like a couple years long or something, right? It's like, yeah, you know that it takes time to leave the past behind and get back into a place with the 9 of Cups where you genuinely, you are only yours again. You have taken back the part of you that you not even taken back, but it's like you've grown into a new version of the 9 of Cups. Because I don't think we ever really take back like what we give to people, the love we give to people, the parts of ourselves that we offer people that we love. And I don't think we're supposed to, honestly, because you are me and I am you. And so in giving to one another, again, nothing is lost, not truly. It's just a gift offered to the collective, to the whole, which comes back to you. Some way, somehow. It returns to you always. So it's not lost, and it's not something you need to pull back. But after a past situation, you do need to get into, it's like you need to get back into your sovereign energy, and whatever that looks like moving forwards, that 9 of Cups where you are just content within yourself and emotionally regulated and stabilized once again, right? And it takes time to detach from another person or to set healthy boundaries, to just stop thinking about them, to kind of, if this is your life after a couple years with someone, it takes a little time to, take that apart. Because once you've integrated someone into your mind, your heart, your thoughts, your life, it just naturally takes some time to come out of that. So maybe at one point in time after you got out of a more serious relationship and you were still wounded, you had this heart that wanted love. And this is just an example, by the way. But let's say you tried to connect with somebody else and then you got to a certain point with them and kind of self-destructed because you realized you were still holding on to the past a little, or you weren't fully healed. Or things just, maybe you didn't self-destruct, but it just couldn't go past a particular point. Because that healing hadn't happened. There's something like that where you've been where this person has been, and so you could see. It's almost like they told you upon meeting, like, yeah, I broke up like 6 months ago with someone that I was planning on marrying. 6 months isn't the longest amount of time when you're planning on spending your life with somebody. So maybe you were like, damn, I really like this person, but I also know that most likely we're only going to get to a certain point and then they're not going to be. I just think that it's like something you saw coming in that sense because you had already experienced it. And maybe that put a seed of unease in your mind from the get-go. That could have been kind of subconscious even. Okay, so the thing that you're trying to avoid, okay, is the Sun in reverse. The King of Pentacles in reverse came out. The Empress. One more. What's the King of Pentacles in reverse, though? The Lovers and the Knight of Swords. You feel like a part of this person is still giving to the past in some way. And even if that is just like some resentment or pain that they refuse to let go of, or that they haven't got around to that point of healing yet where they could actually release something, there's something here that I'm seeing. You are aware that they are carrying it forward. And it might be that they're still carrying the torch forward for a past relationship. It's interesting though, because the Sun in reverse came out with this card, which literally says illumination and has the sun on it. So what you're avoiding is something that is like very clear. Like this has definitely been illuminated to you already. If you look directly at it, there's not really any missing it. But it's difficult because this person, they know what they want, but they are not in a place to receive that yet. And the reason why is because they have not gotten themselves into a state where they are, again, ready to give their part of the equation. So this is someone who knows that they want love. They want a love that reflects how deeply and purely they love. And they know that they want to move towards that. And they might be moving towards that in quite a speedy way because they have this knowledge that that is what they ultimately want, right? But the thing that they're not taking into consideration here, and this could be both of you too, because there is some indication of the two of you mirroring each other here. Right? So there could be an element to this playing out for both of you. Because there is a genuine love here between the two of you and a desire to open up more. But there's still healing that needs to take place because it's like one or both of you is coming in saying, I want the Lovers and I want this Venusian energy. I want to be in this abundant, loving place, right? This is just like all of the love. All the love. And you both know that you want it. And that's not a point of contention. That is illuminated. But what's not illuminated is that some way that you're moving towards that speedily, but there's something that you're not prepared to offer of yourselves. Or that they are not prepared to offer of themselves. And maybe it's because they don't feel like they have a grasp on that again after a situation that kind of stole it from them a little bit. So maybe they have some doubt or resentment that they need to release to come back into this space of confidence where they can actually put their whole selves into it, you know? You can do it, put your back into it. Something like that. You both need to know what you have is enough, and you both need to be genuinely healed and open enough to both give and receive. Because you can't like extend your hand to the Empress without having the equal energy to, or it's not going to be balanced, right? Even the Lovers, it needs to be balanced or else it will just be chaos. So there's something here about that. I'm going to move on to your advice though, because I want to know where this is going. So the advice from your higher self is the Magician in reverse. What was that? It's the Magician in reverse. Okay, well, the Eight of Wands in reverse is at the bottom. The World in reverse is at the bottom. The Six of Wands in reverse. The Devil in reverse. And then the Hierophant. Okay. Here's what's up. I don't know if patience is a virtue that you naturally possess, but you're being asked to possess it more right now. What's coming through is that as badly as you might want to actually, like when you discover this, there's this desire that you want to be together and you don't want to wait. I don't want to wait for my life to be over. I want to know right now, what will this be? Yeah. It's one of those moments. It's like you want to know now. And if you know that this is the thing, then you want it now. You want to manifest it. You want to call it in. You might want to talk to this person. But the thing is, this is like double, it's not the time energy. The Eight of Wands in reverse talks about energy not moving, messages not going through, not reaching out kind of thing, not moving towards something. And then the Magician is literally Mercury energy, which talks about, again, manifestation, communication of your desires. It's not time for that right now. And I think it's because there is still something that both of you are working through individually. The World in reverse. There's a cycle that hasn't closed, and it's a Saturnian sort of like lesson. And I feel like even if you went back towards this person right now, because that cycle's not closed, you would experience the same kind of like defeat or things not coming together in the exact same way, because essentially not enough has changed. The Devil in reverse. There has to be liberation from something in order for there to be true commitment. Okay, so other than just not focusing on manifesting this right now, is there any other advice from Sag's higher self about the situation? The Page of Swords in reverse. Don't wait. They're basically saying not only should you not actively move towards this right now, but you should take the approach of not leaning to one direction or another at all, being completely neutral as you can be about this. And there's something about you seeking answers about this, because you can feel that something's not over, something hasn't closed out, but they're really saying that you need your focus right now to build something else, and you're meant to choose a clear direction. And as long as this is on your mind and you're taking this into consideration, I feel like you're not completely able to do that. And it's needed at this time. I think there's something else you're supposed to be manifesting, and it's something like personal. They're basically saying that you're very logical, you're very smart, and you know that right now is not the time for this to come together. The correct energy is not present. So even though the connection is there, you feel like there's still a tie to the past for them, but potentially for both of you as well. And that needs to be transmuted and worked through a little bit more to fully release it. Otherwise, the two of you will be bringing the energy and frequency of the past into your relationship, and it will throw things off. Okay, so there's no shortcut to this healing that needs to be done. But I think that this is what you're avoiding, that you are aware of. All right. So I'm not saying that nothing will ever happen again with this person, but I do feel like now is just not the time. And not only, like I said, is it not the time, but it's not even the time to focus on it. Spirit is just like, hey, we need all your attention. We need it in this direction. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Sag, okay? There is still a very hopeful and open energy surrounding this person, though, and I feel like it is on both sides. You interacted and engaged with them enough and too deep enough of a degree that the two of you do very clearly see the connection and the potential of the connection. I think that's why it's hard to be patient or to wait. Like, someone could have approached you at not the most opportune time as well, to like they could have known, hey, something's still being processed in Sag's life, or hey, I'm still processing something. But it's like they couldn't help themselves. That's kind of the energy that's coming through, and it's kind of the same vibe. That would be the energy of you going back right now to connect to them. It's like deep down you know that now is not the time, but you almost feel like you just can't help yourself because of the connection you have with this person. You cannot lose something that's meant for you, okay? So if it's meant for you, it will find you. All right. We're moving on to Capricorn. I love you, Sag. All right. Here we go. Cappy. I think I mentioned this in another All Signs recently, but I found another channel that does long ass readings and just flows with the vibes, and she is a whole ass vibe. She is a Capricorn rising, which is maybe why I felt called to pull it up right now. You might vibe with her. And her channel name is The Curious Girl. She's only got a couple thousand subscribers, so if you want to go give her some love, then do it. If you enjoy like the longer readings and the channels that just kind of connect intuitively and flow with their gifts, because it is like kind of a particular style. Some readers can just like pound it out, and I'm like, that's just not me, you know? I could, but I would feel... it would feel like I was manipulating my gifts to fit into someone else's manifestation, and it's just not for me. But yeah, go check her channel out if you feel called to do so. I can link it to below if I remember. Okay. Capricorn. But yeah, I commented on one of her lives, and I was like, I feel validated finding another person that does long ass lives. Respect. Let's see. I know that's not everybody's thing, but if it's yours. Okay. Well. Oh, okay. You might be connected to a Sag or have some Sag in your chart as well. This is kind of coming through as that. Okay, let's see. The train is going to to town out there. I feel like it's actually this deck that wants to be used for your oracle card. Okay. Okay, let's see about this. See what's going on. Put the person to sleep for a while, as it seems it's the only time I have some respect. Hey, can you knock a bitch out, please? Amen. All right. Hello, Capricorn. How are my goats doing? I hope that you're well. All right. Let's take a look at this situation where there is a person that there is some avoidance happening with here. So this person is in the energy of the High Priestess in reverse, and the energy between the two of you currently is the Three of Wands in reverse. Okay. And on the table for energies, you have the energy of the moon with the High Priestess. So that could be Cancer or Pisces. You have the energy of Taurus, and you also have Mars, which could be Pluto or not Pluto, Mars, which could be Scorpio or Aries. Okay, so those don't have to resonate with you and this person, but I'm just letting you know that they're here. The High Priestess in reverse. This is coming through as someone who's not listening to what they know intuitively, but they're still like, let me tell you about yourself. And so as a result, what is coming out of their mouth, it's kind of like they're talking out their neck, you know? It's like, tell me more about the High Priestess in reverse. This could also be someone that is seeing something uncomfortably clear. It's like it's being revealed to them at this time. That's the High Priestess in reverse. But I'm getting like revelation and disclosure. Something is being revealed to them, and then they like want to react to that and disclose something to you. Teddy and Star Lava coming in with the Cap Venus vibes. All right. One of my exes had Cap Venus. He was a terrible person, but it wasn't due to that. It was probably the narcissist part. But how is your experience of that placement? I'm curious to know because I only saw the worst in it. Let me see. The Queen of Wands in reverse. Whatever is being revealed to this person makes them, like I said, uncomfortable. It makes them feel insecure. What is being revealed to this person? Tell me. I need to know. I need to know. They could also feel like they're seeing an insecurity of yours and they're wanting to come tell you about it. They're wanting to put it on blast, but if that's the case, then I feel like it's because they're also experiencing seeing an insecurity of their own quite clearly. Okay. Why it's doing that is annoying me, but I'm gonna take the lid off. I'm going rogue with my coffee here. Much better. Okay. Why though? This person wants to move away from the past and into their power, but they feel stuck. They feel like their energy is all wrapped up in stressing over you or stressing over the truth that they are witnessing about themselves. So it's almost like they feel like they have to do something to sever themselves from the past. And it's coming through as if like they feel like it has to be intense. Or they feel like they have to like blow something up, you know, like throw a grenade at the thing. When really anything that can be cut can also be untied. You know, it's like you can choose. Anything that can be blown up can also just be transmuted and walked away from. It doesn't need to be violent, but it's like this person doesn't see the light side. And there's a part of them that is kind of dwelling in the dark, in an imbalanced, untempered, and kind of like shadowy space surrounding what's happening between the two of you. And I think that's because the energy between you guys is the Three of Wands in reverse, right? So it's like things are not currently moving forwards. And on the horizon, you do not see this person and they do not see you. So in other words, they don't expect to be getting a message from you or to see you coming forwards, and you are mutually not expecting to see them as well. So something might have happened already that was a little bit gnarly between the two of you, because there's some reason why you're not expecting each other to come back around. It's interesting though as well, because I feel like there is an intuitive blind spot, and as much as things are being shown to each of you right now, you might perceive it like the universe is only showing you this other person's insecurity, and they might be thinking that they're only being shown your insecurities and something that they want to tell you about yourself. But I feel like what's actually happening is that you're both being shown something about yourselves and the other person simultaneously. You both have an insecurity that has impacted the connection between the two of you and the way that it's unfolded thus far. And it's almost coming through as though something won't change until you both release this and see the truth about how maybe a part of you was actually rejecting this opportunity, even while moving towards it, even while maybe moving excitedly and rapidly towards it. And I think that there's something that maybe you were not disconnected from that hurt you in the past, or a fear that was instilled in you in the past, maybe. Men and women, Venus, are really different. Yes, that's true. You don't have any problem in that aspect. How do you like experience it though? How do you love? Are you a very practical lover, where you like gifts and acts of service and that sort of thing is your love language? Let's see. I always find that talking to people about their personal experience with an aspect or a placement is like the best way to learn astrology, honestly. You just compile notes from like everyone you meet, and then you come up with an overall idea of the thing. Tell me about this Three of Wands in reverse. What led to this? What led to this? What came before this Three of Wands in reverse? I want to know that. Because something happened. I can feel it. There's like a tension. There's a reason why you both kind of low-key want to tell the other person about themselves. And you both might be vindicated in doing some. Devoted and loyal. Yeah. I feel ya. I have a lot of Scorpio energy, so, and Pisces, so I understand what it's like to be too devoted and loyal sometimes. Just more emotionally so than physically always. The Hermit. It flew out in the upright and then kind of landed this way. The Star in reverse. It's interesting. There's something that you think you know about yourself already. You're both of you, right? It's almost like I've already done the work. I've already recognized that about myself, but then it flipped in the reverse with the Star in reverse. And Spirit is like, think again. There's something more that we want to show you about this. And it's not to punish you. And it's not to be like, haha, sucker, you're still wounded. You're not ready. It's like when these things are pointed out within us, it's so that we can integrate them and become stronger. You're a Pisces too. Oh yeah, we've talked about your aqua moon before. I remember that. Yes. Yes. Want to know more about this? The Eight of Wands. Oh, you guys are both dying to the Queen of Cups, the Ten of Cups in reverse, the Knight of Cups in reverse, the Four of Wands in reverse, the Emperor, the Ace of Pentacles. Okay, well, it's like I had big dreams. I'm hearing that song now. Is that by Codaline? It's called High Hopes. High Hopes. Okay, I haven't heard that song in a long time either. I wonder if the lyrics are relevant. I'll look them up in a second. There's love, mutual love, but the two of you don't trust it. You don't trust it, and nothing is coming in on the horizon to show you that you should trust it. Both of you are kind of in this energy of like, give me a reason to believe it, you know? You want to rush in with this love. You feel very pulled to one another, but at the same time, nothing is coming of it. So it's like, well, the only thing that you are experiencing is this like emotional detachment and almost the crumbling of a dream that you had. But the love is still there. So it's almost like you're watching a dream fall apart while you still have love for someone. But you're mutually feeling this. You're mutually feeling as though you're doing this. High hopes. I'm channeling quite a few songs tonight. I like that. Okay. The lyrics. Ooh. Wow. You guys might want to listen to this for sure. Man, the songs that I have channeled tonight have been so fucking on point, and they're all songs that I haven't heard in like a decade. Not to, make myself sound old, but I kind of am a little bit. No, I'm not 30. I'm almost 37. That's not that old. Okay. He says, seems to me like I'm just scared of never feeling it again. I know it's crazy to believe in silly things, but it's not that easy. I remember it now. It takes me back to when it all first started, but I've only got myself to blame for it, and I accept it now. It's time to let it go out and start again, but it's not that easy. But I've got high hopes. Takes me back to when we started. High hopes. When you let it go out and start again. High hopes when it all comes to an end, but the world keeps spinning around. It's like your hopes are being dashed, and you are both like, okay, well, I guess I'm supposed to go out and start again. The world's still spinning around. You're 42. I hear that's like an important age, or it's an age when a lot comes together, I think. Like astrologically, you go through some sort of important transit. I can't remember what one it is, so I guess I'm not very helpful right now. And in my dreams, I meet the ghosts of all the people who have come and gone. Memories, they seem to show up so quick, but leave you far too soon. See, the two of you are still being haunted by your past. In some way or not, or in some way or another, there is a memory. And I think it's the memory that people, it's almost like this memory that nothing is forever, or it's like you have this idea that things always end. It's like maybe you believe in unconditional love, but its permanence, that's a whole other fucking thing. Relatable. You know, it's like you believe in love, but you're like, it's just the whole it lasting part that fucks with me. Because I think you've felt deep love before, you've given deep love before, but then it ended. And you have an insecurity about that happening. It's like, this is someone you feel like you could really give your whole self to and all of that love. But there's still this thing. And I feel like it's actually, I feel like it's mostly subconscious. Because what you got for your, the main point of avoidance that's happening here, it came up as the Hierophant in reverse, which is Taurian energy, but it came up with this card, which says shadow self, denial, projecting, and shame. See how the shadow is so much bigger than the guy here? Pluto squares and Neptune squares. I think it's the Pluto squares that I'm thinking of, maybe. But yes. And I think we have a big like Pluto square that's happening like even right now as well, which is probably just like yeah, I don't know. It's probably a lot. It's probably a lot for you right now, but I would look into the transits for sure. Even if you Google like important astrological transits that take place. Okay. Denial, projecting, shame. I don't know if Matt's still in here, but he's the one who originally mentioned that to me. So if he's here, then yeah. All right. There's something about the shadow though, and the only time that the shadow kind of grows out of proportion is when we don't look at it. It's when something remains like unseen or unchecked within the shadow, so we either are choosing not to look at it or we just don't see it. That's the only time that it grows and kind of has this power over us, right? See how the guy's like trapped? Or he's perceiving himself as being trapped. The Hierophant in reverse. Taurus energy. Well, I feel like it's just that nothing lasts forever. It's not just love, right? It's the nature of all things is cyclical. Where there is life, there's death. Where there's summer, there's winter. Where there's light, there's dark. We live in a dualistic existence and things cycle because that's the natural balance that it takes to maintain things. And so you're right, nothing really is permanent, but not because it has to completely die, just because things are always in a state of flux. Energy is not destroyed, it just is constantly shifting. And so the love that you give, even if that situation specifically ends up being impermanent, it wasn't wasted and it wasn't ever lost. Your commitment to anything that you pour your time and energy into is never lost. Never. Only if you perceive it as being lost is it lost. Everything is always here to add to you, whether that is through gifting you with a beautiful experience or feeling or truth, or, you know, whether it is gifting you by teaching you a lesson. Everything always, there's always something that we can take from it, right? What's the Hierophant in reverse, though? Denial, projecting, and shame. So there's something that you are, again, I feel like Didn't I say that you both are looking at each other and you're like, oh, they're so blah, blah, blah? It's almost like whatever you are calling this person, that also exists within you. But it's very difficult for you to look at. So it's almost like they're triggering you because it is a part of you that you're seeing in them. And it's a part of you that you have a difficult time accepting. There's shame and denial surrounding this part of you. So when you see it in another person, it triggers you and you want to mutually, I feel like, tell each other about something. But the thing is, it's like what you want to tell each other about the other person, all of that also exists within you to some degree. And it might not manifest in the same way, but it's only triggering you because it's something that is inside of you personally also. Otherwise, it wouldn't have that power over you. But what is that thing? The Hierophant in reverse. Maybe there's something non-traditional about you. Something that other people could perceive as being like unstable or unreliable. I don't feel like it is. I just feel like it's, again, it's not traditional maybe. Or it's not, there's something you don't structure exactly the way that others do. The Nine of Pentacles, it could just be how you take care of yourself, how you express yourself, how you, like your lifestyle from on a day-to-day basis. Tell me more about that Nine of Pentacles. Or how independent you are. The Ten of Swords. The not fully investing though, the clinging to that like independence. Independence isn't a bad thing, but it's out of fear. Because there is this denial and shame. And it's like it's a part of you that you don't want anyone else to see. Because there is some deep shame surrounding it. It has something to do with being fully committed, with not coming off as being consistent or not being able to offer something traditional because of the energy you carry. I don't know, but that's not true. I think that at some point, someone projected onto you, maybe, that you're a highly independent person, but that it's like you're strong, but you're going to be alone forever, you know, like almost that energy. And I feel like this could happen to Capricorn. And the thing is, you took it in, but it hurt you more than, I don't know, it's like you did absorb that projection. Wherever it came from, I feel like. And the thing about Capricorns is you guys are highly driven people. You can be very independent. You have your own goals. You have your own life. And you would be bored as fuck if you didn't. Like if your whole existence just orbited around somebody else, you know, I feel like you would hate that. It would not fulfill you. But there are some people in this world who believe that like that's what love is. That's codependence, you know? That is straight up codependency. That is some form of love taken and twisted and skewed into something that is no longer pure unconditional love. But what you guys have for each other is actual unconditional love. It's like, I don't need you to orbit around me 24/7 to know that you love me, right? I don't need the constant validation. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm good with myself. I'm good with myself. And that doesn't mean that I'm any less capable of showing up in a consistent and honorable way in a relationship. That's bullshit. I can have all of my stuff and do all of my stuff and be in my zone and still show up for somebody else and love them, right? It just, again, it has to be someone that kind of fits with who you are and what your style is. So maybe these people from the past just didn't. Maybe they were triggered or intimidated by your independence. So the advice from your higher self is the Tower in reverse and the Three of Pentacles in reverse. I'm hearing that song that hey now, don't dream it's over. You know that song? There is freedom within. I don't know. I'm hearing that song. There's something here about like this doesn't need to be a tower moment. It's almost like you're skipping out of fear to being like, I lost it all. There's no way forward. But I don't think that's true. I think that the shadow self that is being denied, that shame needs to be looked at. You need to go to that place and you need to pour love on that particular human fire. You need to hold space for it and hold radical acceptance for that part of yourself, the part that you feel most ashamed of, so that you're no longer denying it. And then when you're not denying it in yourself, you won't need to project it because you won't be triggered by it in another person anymore either. You know what I mean? But this is something that it doesn't have to fall apart. It doesn't have to disintegrate. You don't have to burn it down, and neither does this person. That's not like, oh, well, I guess this is the only option that I have here. No, that's not the case at all. What is just can prevail. And for some of you, that is Three of Cups, something coming back together. Something can be mended. But there's something that needs to be mended inside of you, I feel like, first, for the outcome to be different. You need to kind of set yourself free from whatever this is so that you're free to offer yourself the way that you want to a connection. Okay? That is what I see, Cappy. Love you. All right. We're going to move on to Aqua. Aquarius. Aquarius. Where you at? Notorious Aquarians. I love Aquarians. Where are you? My friends. Where you at? Where you at? Whoa. Let's see. What's going on? If only you guys knew the urges that I got that I don't act on during these lives. You would think that I was insane if I did everything that I feel like doing. It's good times, though. Good times, good times. Okay. Aquarius. I would like to smoke more. I'm going to do that in your reading a little bit, I think. There we go. Hello, Aquarius. Are you ready for Pluto? Because I know you're feeling it. Damn. 29th degree of Cap. We're about to experience our last, like, lunation aspect with Pluto still in Capricorn, I'm pretty sure. that we'll experience in our lifetime as people who are alive now, it's big. It's big. Pluto is going to revolutionize you. And you're like, I'm an Aquarius. I'm already a revolutionary. Well, prepare. Prepare for more. Because Pluto don't fucking play. Coming from someone who's a Scorpio rising with Pluto in Scorpio on top of my ascendant, I'm telling ya, he don't play. Let's see. But it will be good. You will grow. You will be pushed. But you will evolve and be very strong and beautiful. Not that you're not already. Tell me about Aquarius and this person. Tell me about Aquarius and the person. That there's some avoidance surrounding. Okay. I'm going to shuffle this a little bit more because it's kind of misbehaving. Stopped being so overheated for a second. Let's turn the brightness on my screen down a little. Aquarius. What does Aquarius need to know? I like that Moon and Mercury in the same energy, though. Like, I feel like you would be, when you're in a healthy space, that would assist you in communicating your feelings more like fluidly and comfortably, because it kind of can flow from your moon out through your Mercury. I find that it's somewhat that way with me having both in air. It's not in the same sign. Like, I have my moon in Gemini, but my Mercury is in Aquarius. And I feel like they work well together for that reason. I mean, being a Gemini moon is absolute chaos, but they work well together still. Okay. Yeah, that feels better. Okay. Tell me about Aquarian's person. Or the person that they have this dynamic with. Okay. All right. Let's get an oracle card. Get into this. Dramatic. Oh. Okay. Oh man. I Oh, thank you, Spirit. Okay, I forgot that I had this download last night right before I fell asleep, and now they're bringing it up again for your reading. It's interesting because in Vedic, I'm an Aquarius sun. It's interesting it's coming up in your reading, but okay, hold on. Let me fully remember what that was. It was related to, like, what was the exact way that it came through, Spirit? Help me. Help me. Okay. I trust as well that they're gonna help me express this as I move through your reading. Let's see. This is interesting. Hi, Aqua. Let's see what's going on with this situation. Okay. Something here correlates to a download that I had last night, and I forgot about it because something came through to me right before I fell asleep. I was meditating, as I kind of like to do when I'm in that in-betweenish space. And then I remember specifically thinking too, I was like, should I get up and write this down right now? But I was half asleep and I did not. And I was like, don't let me forget this. This is like life-altering information for me. And Spirit is like, we heard you and we're not letting you forget because now it's a part of Aquarian's reading. So I'll get to that because it's in the area, it's coming up in the area of what you are avoiding. So we'll get there. But first, let's look at this person and the overall current situation between the two of you. So this person is showing up as the Queen of Pentacles, and then the current situation between the two of you is the Two of Wands right now. Okay. It's almost like you're seeing this person as being in their power and taking care of themselves, but it's like they are looking at you and they're like, what's up? What you gonna do? It's almost like they are looking at you as if you have a choice to make about that. Yeah. You have a choice to make about the decision, not about the decision. You have a choice to make about the direction that you wish to proceed forwards in. And it's kind of like this person's waiting on you. But the interesting thing is the shared energy between you is this Two of Wands. So it's more like both of you are actually at a crossroads. And I don't know if it's just both of you are at a crossroads because you're at the crossroads and this person can't move forwards like alone without you. So they're just waiting for you to make up your mind about something. And keep in mind the roles might be reversed. So if it sounds like when I say you, I'm talking about their side, then just take it how it resonates, okay? I feel like they're waiting for you to make a choice, but at the same time, you might be looking at each other like the choice has been made because the proper work has not been put into something. I don't think that's... I don't know if that's necessarily true, though. I'm almost feeling like the two of you did move forwards confidently into a new beginning. It's just like it brought grief. And so you stopped looking forwards once that, whatever that grief was related to came in. What's this Queen of Pentacles? Can you tell me more about this person's energy? You feel like this is someone that loves themselves and takes care of themselves. Like they don't just say that they love themselves, they actually walk the walk as well. They nurture themselves, they take rest when they need it, they take care of their body, they look good, they feel good. They're responsible. The Tower in reverse. It's like this person has not fully accepted an ending yet because they're still looking at you like you have a choice to make still. So for this person, the Tower hasn't fully come down yet But you're looking at them like they're not accepting something that is already over. But they are looking at you as if you haven't actually made this choice yet. So I don't know if you guys are on the same wavelength or not. What's this Two of Wands? Tell me more about that Two of Wands. That's the shared current situation between you. The Emperor. You're both empowered enough to choose the path that you want. You're holding off on that. Why? You're holding on to control, or what you perceive to be control. There's strong Aries energy here. There's also strong Mercury energy. So Gemini and Virgo, potentially. Standing at a crossroads with a choice to make. And you have the strength. You're the Emperor. You're in your power to make this choice. But you're choosing... It's almost like you're holding on to the crossroads somehow. You're like refusing to move from the crossroads. And this could be both of you, right? I think that you're both looking at each other in this way, but for different reasons. So you're looking at this person as like they're keeping themselves stuck at this crossroads or not moving beyond it because they are not acknowledging that something has already ended, right? But they are looking at you like you're holding on to this crossroads by not making a clear choice when you have the power to do so. Why does this person believe that Aquarius is not making a choice? I'm curious about that. I don't know. Because you're telling me that you have and that this is done already. Or does this person see something in you that you don't see in yourself right now? Four of Wands in reverse, Five of Cups, the Empress. And Temperance in reverse, Justice in reverse. Oh. They're looking at you and they're like... When she a 10, but she fucking insane. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. But this person's looking at you like the decision that you feel like you already made. You might change your mind on that when your head comes out of a place of grief. They feel like you're in a grief, a state of grief or a state of mourning. And I don't think this has anything to do with them necessarily. It's coming through more likely that it is something from the past that when they entered the scene, you were already in this energy. That's how it's coming through. And they're almost like you're not yourself right now. You're not home to yourself. Because you haven't balanced this out, whatever this Temperance in reverse is. But they're seeing you as the Empress. So the Empress and the Emperor both came out in the upright. They're looking at you like this. It's interesting. You're seeing them as the Emperor. They're seeing you as the Empress. You feel like they're empowered enough and strong enough to just face the reality that something's over. And they feel like you are soft, abundant, and loving enough to open your heart and be honest about somewhere where you have been imbalanced. And because of that imbalance, you haven't been truly making choices that are in alignment with what you actually deserve. It's kind of like this person believes that they are offering you what you truly deserve, but you don't see it because of an imbalance that has nothing to do with them. I think that's why they're waiting at the crossroads, because they're like, maybe Aqua will see. Maybe they'll see themselves. Maybe they'll step back into their... They see you as being in your power, though. That's the thing. It's like they just see you as not seeing it. It's almost like they think you see yourself as more of a hot mess than you actually are. That's interesting. You're welcome, Mind Labyrinth. Thank you for being here and sharing your energy with me as well. I love my community. Or this community. I don't even want to call it mine. I love this community. The Moon Sun community has kind of taken on a life of its own, and I love it so much. Okay, so that's the situation and this person's energy. I really want to move into this point of avoidance, though, now. So what you're avoiding is the Queen of Swords in reverse. There is a severity within you that you don't want to admit. And this person is looking at you like, first and foremost, you use this severity against yourself. But then from that wounded place, you flip it and use it on other people when they try to get closer to you as well. It's like a dagger that you stick in your own self, but then someone gets close to you while you're doing that and you're like, ah, you know, and then you stab them too. They're seeing this as being something, though, that is not. This is the imbalanced element. The Queen of Swords is someone that will just slice ya, you know? She'll take out her machete if she feels like you ain't worth her time. And she will act on that in a severe kind of way. This is Mars energy, action, assertion. It's like there's a part of you that can be very cold, very harsh, very severe. But again, I can't stress enough, this is something that you first come at yourself with above anyone else. But they're almost seeing you as like you create towers for yourself because you throw yourself off balance with this energy, which they believe you could soften, right? This is like a severity. The Queen of Swords only ever flips into reverse for one reason, and it is she's seen some shit. She sees some shit. And because of her life experience, she's like, well, fuck it, you know? And then she's just like, I'm not ever letting that happen to me again. So now I'm going to be on guard. And now I have this much patience left. You know, it's like someone who is already up to here and any little thing pushes them over the limit. Like they have very low tolerance for certain things. And again, they have their reason for that. It's because they've seen some shit, right? However, they can take it out on themselves. That severity can like end up hurting them. And it can also hurt people around them that were not the people who caused the wound in the past. You know what I mean? These are the oracle cards that came out with the Queen of Swords in reverse. So the first one is this one. Fear that the light will bring judgment. The second one is this one, the one that needs to control. And then this one came out. Be free, do what you love, in reverse. There is a part of you that got a little bit hardened. And it wants to be softened again so that it can be free. So that it can be free to love. So that it can be free to just be liberated and literally put itself anywhere that it wants to. There's a part of you that wants to be like, there's something you're holding that has kind of hardened you and it wants to be released so that you can be completely open again. to potential, to possibilities, to situations that come into your life. There's something that you're afraid to show because you're scared that someone's going to judge you for it. And because of that fear of being seen exists, you control that by creating ways to not let people see that, perceive that part of you. Because you're afraid that it's going to draw negative attention. So you're like, I can't let that happen. I'm going to have to control this. And then you use this energy to control, to not let things get too close, so close that they could judge you. But in doing that, you're pinning yourself down. You're putting yourself in a cage in some way here. You're doing a disservice to yourself. Okay. The Magician is the advice from your higher self surrounding this situation. What's that about? The King of Swords in reverse. The Seven of Wands in reverse, the 10 of Wands, the 9 of Wands in reverse, all the wands, so many wands. There's something that you want to release. Your soul wants you to release this. Your higher self is literally begging, please let your guard down so that you can see how heavy something has truly been. The need to control something has weighed on you so much. And once you realize how much it's drained you, you can let it go. But there's something here where, like, this is you, the King of Swords in reverse. Well, the King of Swords is you, right? Look at this baddie. Freaking badass vibes. But the thing about swords, the thing about our perception, the thing about truth, is that if you are not balanced, you will skew it. It's like you have to be, how can I explain this? It's like an instrument needs to be in tune to play something that resonates as beautiful or whatever, right? You are the instrument, you are the conduit of truth. Truth can flow through you, or you can hold truth, but you have to be like a sacred, you have to be in your power, essentially, to some degree, to be able to, like, especially the King of Swords, if they are like this, it's going to be really hard for them to actually see the truth. And they live by the truth. That is the hill that they will live and die on. That is the only thing they're interested in communicating, really. But there's something here that your higher self is saying you are not seeing, and therefore you're not actually communicating your truth to the fullest extent. Because there's a part of you that is in a state of unease, a part of you that's been hurt and has held on to that hurt and has formed this hardened part that wants to, thinks that you can avoid getting hurt again by controlling how much of yourself you show, controlling how much attention you get, can control how much judgment comes. It's like people are always going to judge. And especially you. And I know that fucking sucks, but here's why. Because people often judge what they don't understand. That's kind of the go-to. And you are a sign and an energy that is not always easily understood by the masses, and you're not supposed to be. It's ironic though, because you have this humanitarian element to you where you can truly relate to anybody, but that's because you have the truth. You have this truth within you that you can communicate to anyone and it will resonate because it's the truth. That's a gift. You can only hold that truth if you're willing to be misunderstood. Because this is who you are. This is the truth of who you are. The download I had last night had something to do with, it's like, you have a lot of power, but when you put yourself, when you hold on to grief, when you hold on to pain, when you try to control because you're holding on to those things, right? You box yourself in and you stop yourself from being able to, like we said before, express the truth of who you are with full authenticity and wholeness, right? So then what you are here to gift the world is not being fully gifted to the world. You are not only doing yourself a disservice, right? You're doing those around you a disservice as well. Because you have this gift. And it is a gift. And there's always going to be someone who you give your gift to who's going to be like, hate your gift, meh, you know, let me leave a rude comment on your YouTube video telling me how much I hate this gift that you showed up to give. It's like that, right? There's always going to be people and they just don't get it. And that's fine. Who fucking cares? Then the gift wasn't meant for you, I guess, but it's here for someone, you know? Like, so that's no reason to not give it. That's no reason to try to micromanage and think that you have to control this part of yourself to avoid judgment and cut out anything that could potentially see that and judge you to protect yourself. But the way that Spirit like said it to me last night was quite powerful, because essentially they said that we are all meant to, you might think you're the only one that you're hurting by pushing people away or by not showing up to the fullest extent, but that's not true. We are all part of the same body. We're all part of the same whole. And if you think of a physical body, right, it's like I might be a pinky finger, you might be a nose, someone else is a belly button, you know? We might be in very different places. I could be the top of my head and you could be my big toe, right? Or a big toe. We could be literally at opposite ends of the body. We could be very different from one another in form and function, is what I mean. But ultimately, we both serve the whole. And we have to show up and give fully what we're here to give for the body to function in a healthy way. And I think you have this innate understanding, Aquarius, because you understand that humanitarian, like, the people are one, truly. Separation and division is an illusion. We're all one species. We're all one group trying to evolve, just trying to do the best we can do, right? And we all have a place where we fit into that body. So it's like if you came here with a particular, here you are. You came here with a particular gift to offer. Yeah, Nine of Pentacles. It's an individual gift. It's a gift that only you can give. It's not a gift that every Aquarian can give. It's a gift that you and you alone came here to give. And it's your heart. It is your personal expression of the love that you carry. And how do you fully express and give that gift to the whole? Not by literally showing up to each person and saying, here's my love, here's my love, here's my love. You give it back to the whole by simply liberating yourself and doing what you fucking love. Because you're putting that energy out there and it goes into the body. It is like sustenance for the whole. That energy is never wasted. It never just goes nowhere unless you hide your own light, unless you shackle yourself, you know? Other than that, it's not wasted. Even if you are just like alone in your room, like let's say you're an artist, you're alone in your room creating, that is still not energy wasted. Because you're still cultivating and expanding and evolving and pushing that energy out of yourself, and it's going somewhere. Because you're not suppressing it, right? So you never know how just doing the things that you love, the simplicity of that, you never really know how that affects the whole. But please don't ever see yourself as separate from the whole or as unimportant. Your particular form and function is vital. It's vital to the body. We need you. We need all of you. Is there anything else you want to tell Aquarius about this? So what you're avoiding is the part of yourself that you stifle because you're afraid that it will be judged. And you want to find a way to control that, but it's not meant for you to control. Like I said, the gift that you give, it doesn't have to give to the whole directly, right? But it's like it sustains the body by giving to those who are meant to receive it. Those who resonate with your gift will resonate with the gift that you offer, or they'll just resonate with your energy. Those who don't, that's okay. Maybe they're the big toe and you're the crown of the head, and they judge what they don't understand because, again, you're very different in form and function. That's okay. It's not really personal. Even though some people can be dicks about it and make you feel like it's personal, it's actually not. Their judgment is coming from them not understanding you. Or not understanding that we're all human. None of us are perfect, right? And we are all unique and we are all meant to be different, but at the same time, we're all very much the same. And we have to remember that as well. We have to remember both. Is there anything else you want to talk to Aquarius about before I let them go? I think that's it. Yeah. Decide to let go of this. Wait. So that you can see what can truly grow. When you're giving all of your energy to something, that's the only time you can truly see its full potential to grow, of what it can grow into. If you're holding back, then you're never going to know. And I don't think you want to die not knowing what you could have offered. And it's not about giving it away to other people. It's not something you should feel guilty about. It's like through offering yourself fully and accepting yourself and loving yourself fully and knowing that what you have to give is very deep and meaningful, you're giving to yourself too. You're giving yourself the freedom of full expression. You're giving yourself true liberation. And who doesn't want that? Okay. I love you, in case you couldn't tell. I love you to Pluto and back. All right. And if they find somewhere even further reaching, another planet, then I love you to there. We're moving on to Pisces. Okay. Sometimes Aquarians need that reminder. I mean, sometimes we all need that reminder. But I'm just like, come on, Aqua. You're so beautiful and special. Like, we really... And the thing that I love about Aquarians is that you guys have a very particular and inspiring way of helping other people see that about themselves as well. It's like you guys have... I'm a Mercury in Aquarius, and I just delivered that message to you. Someone's got to tell you too. But it's like that Aquarian energy, that Aquarian way of expressing. They have a way of being able to value themselves fully while also valuing the other person fully. Aw, I'm so glad, love. I'm so glad you needed to hear this. It's true. Every freaking word of it is true. I've known enough Aquarians to know how important you guys are to the whole. I mean, we all are, but my best friends in life have been Aquarians. One of them, my current best friend, is an Aquarius, and it's interesting the weight that you guys carry. That Saturnian rulership can really be a bitch, you know, because it's like sometimes that weight of being misunderstood, of understanding everybody else, but being misunderstood can really get to you. And I see it. And it's like, I want to say, please don't let it. But I know that that's part of your path to get to see, to know that you can do that, but to be able to work through it. To ultimately not allow it to limit you, not allow it to make you limit yourself. I think you just have to get back to that balanced place where you understand it is not personal. 110% of the time, the way that someone acts towards you, it's a direct reflection of how they feel about themselves. Direct. 0% of the time is that not true. It is always true. And it's like, even if someone is reacting to something that you've done, right? They're reacting from the place of how they are, like their own internal state. So, Aqua, Sun, Moon, and Mercury. Damn. I love it. Aw, Aquas. I really do, like, I love you so much. You're just such like pure... There's this purity in Aquarians that I think gets overlooked so much, and it pisses me off. It's like this childlike energy. And I think people overlook it because you're so fucking intelligent that they don't put like childlike and highly intelligent together. But really, when you think about it, kids are fucking smart. You know? We overlook the intelligence of children all the time, I feel like, as like a species or as humans. But there's this thing about Aquarians where I think that's why you are so intelligent, part of it, because you're so open-minded like a child. You're curious, you're playful. Why do I feel like I want to cry all of a sudden? You hold so much love. And it pisses me off when people say that you guys are cold or you're like emotionally detached or whatever. That in itself is them misunderstanding you. And it's not true. It is not true. Okay? All right. We're moving on. But yes, I love you so very much. I will always be here to remind you how vital you are when you forget. I promise. Okay. Pisces is coming up next. Where's my fishy fam? My fellow fish. I'm gonna partake. So just let me fill my little vape here for a second. Because we're at the last sign and I'm like... It's been 6 hours and I love it. But also I would love to smoke a little bit. it's interesting. Every like plant medicine that I use or engage with is so far has served like a very specific purpose in my spiritual journey. Like for shrooms, it's like if I'm going through a really big like shift in my life and there's a lot to like integrate that's really going to stretch my perception of reality or shift my perception of reality, shrooms really helps me like get in that place where I can more easily accept something that normally I would be like, that's not real, you know? It helps expand my consciousness and helps me integrate things more. And this is not for everyone, by the way, and I'm not like pushing plant medicine or drugs. I think it's all in how intentionally you use a tool, no matter what tool that is. That's just the truth, right? It will have power and function as far as you give it that power and function. But with marijuana, it is like sometimes it just helps me flow more in my it's like the channeling just flows out of me a little bit more. It's almost as though my monkey mind or my logical mind or my mind that wants to doubt what I'm seeing, it's more able to shut that up a little bit. Anyways, I don't know why I'm talking about this, but okay. Let's get your cards down. Let's get them down, Pisces. We gotta see what's going on with my fish. What are you currently avoiding? I can be your cool internet aunt or bestie. It's cool. We can talk. I'm not going to judge you. You can tell me anything. Those are like the vibes I hope I give. We can talk about anything. This is a safe space. Stompy stomps happening here. Some stompy stomps are going down. All right. Okay. Luna. Loons. I love you. Yeah. Love you. Love your hairy ass. Love your stinky whiskers. Is there another card that flipped over? No. Okay. I'm seeing things. Okay. Wow. It's a little rough. Clarify this. Ten of Swords. Wow. Oh man, Pisces. Is this gonna make me feel all the feels? Oh man. Okay. What are you doing? Okay, let's get ya. Rip the band-aid off. Well, it's not bad. It's just, yep. It's clear. Okay. It's interesting. I'm not feeling like shuffling the deck anymore. They're telling me to just leave it on the table, and if I need to clarify, to take from the top of the pile. So that's a message too. I'm not sure why. They never do that, so that's definitely a message for you. And in my mind, I was just thinking, like, what am I going to do if I'm not shuffling? What am I going to do with my hands? And I feel like that's a message too. It's like, there's a part of you that is keeping yourself busy as a means of distracting and avoiding oneself. Pisces, I know us well. And I know that you know that I know that you know. No, just kidding. But I know that we all know. We can be masters of escapism when we want to be. We really can. It's like we decide that we are going to be Dory and just keep swimming. And then we're like, what memory? What intuition? I don't know what you're talking about. I forgot to timestamp. Okay, it's somewhere around 6:21. Most likely. Okay. And the thing is, that doesn't serve us, because it's just, we do that with things that we don't want to see. But it's like, the sooner you see, the sooner it can just be released. Okay, let's get into this though. The energy that this person is in is the Four of Pentacles. It's coming up as miser. And then the energy of the current situation or state between the two of you is the Five of Cups, disappointment. Okay. It could be better. It could be better. I'm not gonna lie. What's the Four of Pentacles? Okay. You might want to watch Aquarian's reading, because there's something here about understanding that's coming up, and that was definitely a big theme for them. Understanding, being misunderstood. I don't know, there might be a message there for you if you feel called to it. Okay. So the Four of Pentacles, miser, right? And then from the top of the deck, I picked up the Page of Cups in reverse, understanding, and discovery, which is the Six of Swords. Yeah, this is Mercury in Aquarius, the card that is associated with that. So you might want to watch that reading. There's something that's being misunderstood, but only because it's not being explored. This is coming through very much as like this person is playing it safe. They're gatekeeping, quite literally. This is giving gatekeeping. There's someone that has a lot to give. They are rich, they are deep, they have a lot to share, but they kind of like hoard it. And they haven't gained any understanding about this because they haven't been like sitting with themselves and meditating with it. So they haven't made any forward progress. I think you see this clearly. You do, because this is how they're telling me, they're explaining this person to me in a way that will validate your knowing of who it is. So this is something you see in this person. This reminds me of something someone said to me. There's this guy that I had a really psychic connection with, and he told me some things about myself that really stuck with me, and I was very grateful to learn these things because I really didn't see them in myself. They can be incredibly uncomfortable to see, but sometimes people's gaze just penetrates through you in the right way. That where usually the truth that sets you free is one that you have to discover on your own in order to really believe it. Sometimes people's view or perspective or sight into you strikes such a chord or hits, again, it penetrates. It's like X-ray vision. And they see something in you that you haven't seen in yourself. What this person said to me was, it's like there's a thin layer of ice, like hard, impenetrable ice all around you that is covering you. But I can see right through it into everything that is inside of that ice, which is basically the ocean as a Pisces. Just all the fucking everything, you know? There's someone is just in this comfort zone of staying where they feel safe. It's like they don't believe that there's more out there, that there's this big sexy world and there's all these achievements and abundance and beautiful things to experience. I feel like maybe this is someone who's had kind of a hard life thus far, or just a difficult experience. There's a reason why they've retreated to or stayed in this comfort zone, though. They have a reason. There was a reason why they shut down their heart, but it stopped them from moving and it stopped them from seeing clearly. And because they don't understand themselves, or are unwilling to look at themselves, there's also something this is interrupting in the way that this person relates to others as well. So it could have been something that interrupted the way that the two of you interacted at some point. And that's why you noticed it, maybe. I feel like you want this person to see themselves. You want them to want to understand themselves, though. It's like you see the potential for someone to... This person could have strong Scorpio in their chart. Or Gemini. You want them to trust enough to take a risk or to put themselves out there so that they can discover that this beauty that they kind of don't believe exists, it does. And you also see that it exists within them too, which is also something that they're not understanding. This is someone who's scared to lose what they have, and because they're in that defensive state, they're not able to take things in. They don't see that they're blocking themselves. The current state between the two of you, the Five of Cups, disappointment. Well, doesn't feel good. The Knight of Cups, trust. it is very important that you tap into and trust what you feel at this time. Do not try to escape the disappointment that you feel, because that is telling you something. Every emotion, right? Emotion. Every emotion is energy in motion. It's just energy moving through you. And it's not there to punish you. It's not there to stop you from moving forwards, because it doesn't even want to be held on to. It just wants to flow through you. But as it flows through you, it always has a message to tell you. Like, why are you reacting that way? What does that emotion have to say to you or show you? Even these uncomfortable emotions or heavier emotions, and Scorpio season is the perfect time to do this work, they have something to say. And this thing is going to resonate very strongly with you. You're meant to trust it. It's coming from your heart. Because there's something that is hurting your heart. And I feel like maybe it has been for a little bit. But you haven't really been trusting. For some reason, you haven't been trusting what you feel, which is different for you. But I get it. It's not always easy, because sometimes we trust what we feel when our intuitive gifts are not like evolved enough, and we get sucked into a lesson instead of, like, we don't understand why we're attracted to certain things yet because we haven't evolved that much. So we get sucked into things, we feel a pull to them, but then they end up being lessons. And it's not until like later in retrospect, outside of the pain of that lesson, that we realize and trust that all of those things also served a vital purpose. Some of you, you could receive a lot of messages that really help you see and understand this through music at this time. I see that, like, the stream kind of flowing through the third eye. I feel like music, if you love music, could show you a lot right now. So something that I do sometimes is I'll channel a playlist. Like, I'll add some songs that I know that I just feel pulled to add. But I'll also add songs that I don't know. Like, I'll get them off my Spotify. I don't know. There's that playlist where they're like, it changes every week, and it's just like your radar or whatever. I'll go there, or I'll go to playlists from people that I follow that I like their taste, and I'll just add songs intuitively. And I'll put them in an intuitive order as well, and then listen to it from start to finish. And when I say that, like, the messages that I received from doing that are crazy. There's something insane about, like, hearing your entire story, like, in lyrics that is just crazy. It's actually mind-blowing. So if you feel called to do that, you can use some of my playlists too. I have like 100 public playlists on my Spotify. If you want it, just say so in the comment section below. But you guys might really feel called to do that. One more on this Knight of Cups. 5 of Pentacles, worry in reverse. Yeah, see, it's like, feel the disappointment, because I think after you feel it, you're going to realize that nothing has actually been lost. Like, you don't truly have to worry. It's like you're stuck in the depths of this disappointment, and it is because it is really hitting you in your heart somewhere deep. This is for this person too, because this is the shared energy between the two of you. But something where you're scared that you're out in the cold and you're not going to be able to come in from it. I think with this person, it's like too much has been done, or too much has fallen apart, or I acted this way and that was unforgivable, or, you know, trust what you feel, but let go, like, feel the grief, feel the disappointment so that you can, like, let it out. Because like receive the message from it, but also don't hold on to it. Let it flow through you and trust what it shows you. I think you're going to come out the other side after that release, seeing something more clearly, that there's actually not, something here can be softened and life can be breathed into it, I feel like. Okay, so the area of avoidance. You got the Ten of Swords, ruin. With Leo, the lover, in reverse, and 7th house, relating, in the upright. Libra's house. Oh, Pisces. I know. Mm-hmm. I'm hearing that song, I want to know what love is. I want you to show me. The thing is, you don't need anyone to show you. You're here to show people. And they will have moments of reflecting it back to you. But you are the lover. Like, you're a lover. Gemini might be the lovers, but you're a lover. And you're all heart, you know? But the thing is, I think that you were looking for validation of what you know love is because you hold it within you. You were like looking for other people to validate this, and it caused you a lot of pain in some way. It's almost like them not validating it made it question you, or made you question it in yourself in some way. And I think that you kind of started holding the most valuable part of yourself back. It's like you were trying to relate to people without the fullness of your love for a while. Yeah. That it wasn't balanced, it wasn't equal. Because when you come into communion, like positive mutual union with something, for it to be balanced, you both have to bring and offer what it is you have to share. And you put all your stuff in the middle and you create the relationship out of that. And the differences, like the comparisons and contrasts, the places where you're the same and different with that person, none of it is good or bad. It's just how we relate to one another. How does this relate to that, right? It's literally, what do I have? What do you have? What's the relationship between them? And how can we use those things to the greatest, like, ability to push us both forwards in a positive way? So it's almost like what you've been avoiding is you've been causing yourself a lot of pain, and it's because of how you've been approaching relationships or how you've been choosing to relate with others for the last little while. And it hasn't fully been from a place of love. And I don't mean that you still haven't held that within you, but it's like, that's the thing. You were holding it within you. You weren't expressing it as much. You weren't being maybe as warm or playful or creative or confident. You were doing what this person is doing. You're hoarding your heart to a degree. You could have, because I feel like you threw yourself off balance with this. It's like you weren't truly and authentically able to relate to yourself for a little bit because you were again, you cut off your own understanding at the knees because you were not open in that particular area as much as naturally wanted to be. You were creating a stagnancy in the energy here. And you might have been more excessive in one area because you kind of focused more on that area to overcompensate for your disconnect here for a little bit. So this, wherever you were overcompensating, could have shown up as a little bit like egotistical or just in excess, right? Because again, it's like you didn't need to be doing as much in that area. What you really needed was more of your heart being expressed. And this doesn't have to be like you weren't loving. This could literally be like you are an artist and you express love and your heart through that, but you were working at like a corporate job that was sucking your soul, you know? Then it's the same kind of thing. You were holding on to the disappointment of that and kind of being like, well, I guess I have to shut off that part of me right now. I guess I have to hoard what I do have so I don't lose it. It's something like that. But I feel like this was definitely, it's in surrounding how you relate. Yeah, the 10 of Cups, harmony. You have to relate to others to get from the 9 of Cups to the 10 of Cups to ultimate fulfillment emotionally. And you're here to experience this. You're here to experience nothing short of the fucking 10 of Cups, Pisces. Because you truly, you are such a free-flowing conduit of that source energy and unconditional love. You really are. You're meant to both give and receive that. Okay. The advice from your higher self is Page of Wands, capabilities. I feel like Spirit's like blowing the whistle on your ass. Like, hey, I don't know how to actually do it with my fingers, but like, bitch, listen up. Get in, bitch. We're going loving. We're going on a loving spree. Tell me more about this. The Ace of Cups, gift in reverse. The Ace of Pentacles, manifestation in reverse. Bro. What was I saying? That this is the gift. The Ace of Cups is love and source essence. The Ace of Pentacles is divine experiences that you are meant to manifest and experience. Opportunities that you're meant to have. That's why they come to you, because you're meant to have them. They're divine. With these two in reverse, it's like, again, when you don't see your own capability, when you don't also bring that full capacity to the table, all of you, right? Especially this piece. This is a piece that's fucking vital for you. The Page of Cups, that's your energy. That's like the core of your energy. They want you to see it and bring it. Bring it. Because, like I said, you have a gift. And the more you give, the more you get. That's honestly how it is with love. People think that they have to protect their heart because love is something that can be sucked dry or diminished or run out of, and that's absolute nonsense. That's nonsense. You know what love is, Pisces. You're here to help other people see that as well. It has no limit. It has no conditions. It is infinite. There is no running out. It just is ever evolving, ever expanding. And so you will forever have more to allow to flow through you, because love itself is always expanding. It's always pouring back into itself, right? So you connect to that energy. You're not going to lose out by offering this, by relating truly to other people with all elements of yourself. You can only gain from this. That's the energy block that you have, and you've been avoiding thinking about this particular person because they reflect it to you very clearly, because they're in the same energy right now. It's how you're viewing them. But I don't think you realize that you are carrying a very similar wound. And you feel an aversion to clearly looking at this person because of that. They really do reflect something back at you. I want to take one more card. It's Pluto. It's judgment, resurrection. There's a rebirth, and it's you coming to the table with all of yourself. Full heart, full ideas, perspectives, head, full spirit, full embodiment, and offering of self. It's time to bloom. It's time to be resurrected. It's time to come back better than ever. Because, again, nothing can be lost. I love it, honestly. That was definitely the note that we were meant to end on. So, I love it, Pisces. But yeah, you're beautiful. You're meant to intimately relate to people around you. Okay. That's the messages that I got for you, Pisces. I'm going to move on and do Paula's super chat question now. But I adore you. I fuck with you ardently. All right? Sylvia Plath said that, I'm sure. No, just kidding. But I fucks with you. I love you. You are my fucking fam. And your heart never ceases to amaze me. Honestly, like when I can't feel my own to the fullest degree, I just tap into our energy and I'm reminded, and the voice shaking, not the voice shaking. Please don't make me cry on live again, for fuck's sake. It's been a thing. It's been a trend lately. But that is the gift. That's a testament to the fucking gift that you offer. You even offer it to yourself. Like when you forget, tap into your Piscean nature, because your Piscean nature is divinity. It's divinity. Thank you, Daniel. It's fucking infinite and divine and just all heart. It's infinite. And you can constantly tap back in and remember this. You have this gift, much like Scorpio, of being able to resurrect yourself. And it's through being connected directly to Source. But you're also here to show other people that they are too. That we all are, right? Okay. I love you. I'm going to let you go now. Let me see if I can find this super chat. Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate you so much. This is... YouTube made a change, and I think I can access it from here now. I can. Yes. They made something easier for the creators for a change. Amazing. Let me just take this opportunity to briefly hate on YouTube. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. But I like that they did something positive for us. All right. What does she want to know? Paula, I'm looking for insight. What is actually going on? Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Let me just do a tiny little clear. Let me use the candle to light this. Clear out the collective energies just so we can get a super clear vibe for you and you alone. Because I just channeled a lot of collective energy. Let's just do that first. Okay. Let me timestamp you. Okay, what's up, Paula? Okay, so thank you for your super chat. I appreciate you. I'm gonna look into your relationship with M and see if I can get a vibe for what is happening there for you. Okay. I'll use these 3 decks plus a tarot deck. So I'm gonna ask the current situation between the two of you. What is causing you to feel like something is off? And then some advice. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Current situation, what is causing you to feel like something's off, and advice. Let's see. Tap me in to Paula's connection and energy that she shares with M. Let's see. You can see too. Okay. Luna. Okay. Okay. Let me get a clarifying oracle card for each of these. Why is my laptop doing this? Let's see. Enjoy a dirty chai on you. Okay, bye. I will do just that. All right, let's get some oracle cards here. Tell me about the advice. Clarify the advice for Paula. Okay, it's that one. Book. One more oracle card. Stack the situation. Okay. All right. Something is in flux. So this is not a connection that you're meant to like chase down right now in any sort of way. And it's not because it's not for you necessarily. It's just because there's a lot of things moving. It's like there's a lot of parts moving. The Seven of Cups and the Five of Wands. So that's Spirit is basically like, yeah, don't feel bad about feeling fucking confused as fuck because there's a lot happening here. And it's going to translate into like, you know, Seven of Swords and then not seeing clearly necessarily. So, but the Five of Wands is the overall energy of the connection currently. So, yeah, there's a lot of, see, like on this card, they're playing pool, but there's like 5 different people playing. It's like there's too much happening at once. There might be other people that are like trying to achieve things, and for some reason that is interrupting something with the connection, or else it's just the two of you independently are both like manifesting numerous things at once right now, and it's making things confusing because I feel like everything you're manifesting basically is coming towards you, but it's like sometimes when things are falling into place, it feels incredibly chaotic. It feels more like things are falling apart at times, or it just feels really fucking confusing because, again, there are so many things in motion at once. So Spirit is basically saying this is something that needs time. It will take time, but it will progress naturally. And what you are doing at this time, or what you're meant to be doing, is just kind of focusing on making healthy choices surrounding your own well-being and abundance. Keep a positive mindset. Stay focused on the things that you are trying to manifest because they're very close, and have gratitude for the things that you're feeling and experiencing right now to the best degree. Take care of yourself and focus on self-love because things are just in flux. Okay, so that's how you can kind of ease things. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing as the overall energy. So M could also be experiencing something like this too. Like his life could be mirroring yours in its own way, which I feel like makes it even more confusing for the connection as a whole because it's like both of you. It's like 2 tornadoes coming and like intersecting with each other. Okay. The 8 of Cups in reverse with square challenge. This is what is causing you to feel like something is off. It's because you're not emotionally detaching. You're not able to emotionally detach or let go because you don't feel like that's what you're actually supposed to do. But at the same time, you are like, what I am holding on to is very challenging or tense, or it feels chaotic or heavy, right? So again, it's one of those what the fuck energies. It's like, I feel like I cannot walk away, but I'm also like, why the hell am I being asked or prompted to hold on to this? Because it doesn't feel super easy or great right now. Like this is a phase of struggle and frustration because you're being reoriented. But I feel like both of you are being reoriented. And the connection as a whole is also taking on a new trajectory as a result. Your advice is the Empress in reverse with this Gifts to the Portal card. To me, 3 and 7 are super divine numbers as well. Like, divinity is very much around you at this time, or greater forces are at work, however you want to see that. Like your guides, your angels, your ancestors, your higher self, spirit, source, God, the universe, all of these parts at play. There are things that are greater than you that are helping things run relatively smoothly as well. So try to trust that. And again, maybe you want to make an offering, or maybe you just want to set the intention to be grateful and offer that. But there's a portal that is sucking in the energy that you're giving at this time. And what you're manifesting is kind of a reflection of that. Although I do feel like good things are coming regardless. You can smooth things and soften this like bumpy sort of transition by, again, staying focused on gratitude. And even when something like hurts or frustrates you, look at how that challenge is actually, like, either let it motivate you or look at how it is showing you something that will actually up level you, right? What's the Empress in reverse? You might be selling yourself short in some way or not believing yourself to be abundant. And I think it's because of the emotional confusion you're feeling. So allow yourself to feel that, like really nurture yourself if you can. More about the Empress in reverse. The Nine of Swords. Okay. You've been pretty anxious about this specific situation. You got to get out of your head with this, because that is this anxiety is what you're currently pouring into the portal, and it's like a rotten apple that you're putting in there. So it's not currently, you're not currently helping the situation. Okay? I love you, but you're not. I love you, and that's why I'm telling you this. This energy plus the Nine of Swords is not, you don't want to put that in the portal, okay? Because what it's going to bring back to you is not, like this, on the other hand, is fucking gorgeous. So this is when you're in a state of love and gratitude for yourself. You know that you are abundant. You know that you're expansive. You're in tune with spirit. You are also balanced and aligned and in union between the shadow and the light within you, the yin and the yang. So you're not seeking for something outside of you to fulfill. Because see, 3 and 6, it's like your recognition and love for self compounds or doubles into, it's almost like you are your own lover. You are your lover. You romance yourself. You want for nothing, because this energy is so, like, what could you possibly want for in that energy, right? That's the energy that you want to offer the portal. Okay, so nope. Let's turn that upside down, because this looks beautiful. And honestly, I see you, I don't want to say getting what you want, but I see you and this person reaching a period of more ease. And then the two of you will be able to decide from more of a grounded and stable and clear place where you want to go from there. That's what I see. Okay. I love you. Thank you for supporting me. I appreciate it. I hope that resonated. You can let me know in the comments below if you want. Mwah. Thanks for hanging, everybody. You the best. You the best I ever had. And I will talk to you again soon. If you have an idea for the next all signs topic that you are hankering for, let me know in the comment section down below. Mwah. Until next time, babes.